Hello, hello. Gracie will be here soon, but in the meantime, let's do a roll call for attendance.
Member Jean.
Here.
Member Kayada. Member Pritchett.
Here.
Member Rhodes.
Present.
Member Singh.
Here.
Member Villa.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Yay. Do we have any public comment?
There's none.
There's some or none? Oh. Perfect. We're going to go into closed session. Whoop, whoop. Career board president. All right. Calling us back to order. Before I follow this book all appropriately on what to do, I want to state that tonight, thanks to Gracie, I will be chairing our school board meeting. So thank you, Gracie. Thank you so much. Share the chair. So we'll start with this. Anne, are there any announcements from closed session?
Member Singh, let's start with the item 4.0.
Okay. Pledge of Allegiance. Go to our broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will be aired Monday, February 19th at 12 p.m. and Tuesday, February 20th at 6 p.m. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode.
Thank you. And moving on to Stellar Student, and this will be introduced by board member Tara Jean.
Thank you. So I'm very excited tonight to honor 4 students total from our Sam Brannon Middle School, and 2 are here. So I'm going to start with our 2 that are here. Our first student is Isabella Marshall. Feel free to come on forward. Yes, and step up. I know it's excruciating, but I get to now say awesome things about you. Isabella encompasses what it means to be a stellar student. She is kind, self-motivated, and a leader on campus. She is a standout in her classes, not only actively participating, but always helping both her teachers and her fellow students. She is a key part of the Sam Brannon community, and we appreciate her and her presence on campus every day. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take a seat while I do our next one, and then we'll bring you up for photos. Our next student is Victoriana Martinez. Come on forward. Victoriana embodies what it means to be a member of the Sam Brannon Wolfpack. She not only is one of our inaugural junior campus monitors, but she is also incredibly kind and very hardworking. She cares about her peers, her school community, and her classmates, and it shows daily in her positive attitude and the pride she takes in her role as a student and junior campus monitor. We appreciate all Victoriana does for Sam Brannon. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything? Go for it. Congratulations. Our other two students are Sabrina Mellet and Bella Pedroza, who were not able to be here, but we will make sure that they get their certificates as well. So if you would like to come back up, we're going to come on down and take a picture with you. So come on up, and family, if you want to join us for the photo, you can.
You kidding me?
All right. And announcements of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, Vice President Singh. There are 4 announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-110551 by a vote of 5-0 with members Phillips and Pritchett absent. Second, the board adopted resolutions 2023-2024 D1A, D1B, and D1C pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21 to non-reelect probationary certificated employees and authorize the district's interim superintendent to notify those employees of their non-reelection by a vote of 6-0 with member Phillips absent. Third, the board adopted resolution 2023-2024 E1 pursuant to Education Code 44951 to release certificated administrators and authorize the district's interim superintendent to notify those employees of their release by a vote of 6-0 with member Phillips absent. Finally, the board adopted resolution 3385 pursuant to Education Code Section 44954 to release temporary certificated employees and long-term substitutes and authorize the district's interim superintendent to notify those employees of the release by a vote of 6-0 with member Phillips absent. That is all.
Thank you, Ann. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. All in favor? Thank you. All right, public comment.
Vice President Singh, we have 6 speakers signed up. We begin with Elijah Basson. Mr. Basson has a total of 5 cards for 10 minutes.
Hello. Better? Okay. My name is Sarah Hartstrom. I'm a parent with the district. I have 2 students enrolled at Tahoe Elementary. I'm with Eli today because I've been hearing about some of the things that are going on, and we've come back today to confirm that what we're coming to discuss is still a high priority, and myself and a number of like-minded parents are concerned. So At the last meeting, we spoke about 2 instances where district policies are discriminating against the very children we are supposed to be serving. Those 2 policies are the district's con-capping policy and the burden put on families who must overcome additional hurdles in order to enter into the lottery for the school of their choice, especially the kinder screening at Phoebe Hearst. We continue to request and analyze the data that confirms the discriminatory impact of these policies, and we are reaching out to other parents. We are talking to the administration of the impacted schools, and we are filing official complaints, and we are talking to local reporters. Every family has the obligation and the right to find a school that works best for their child, and some families may feel that a school where their cohort is carefully curated based on an exam, and especially the one that happens at Phoebe Hearst, is a best fit for their child. But in that case, they need to find a private school. Phoebe Hearst is a public school funded by every single one of us. It is legally required to provide a free and fair education for all children in the district who are selected in the open enrollment lottery. But they're gaming the system to pick and choose the children that fit in their idea of what a good student is. We are still tracking down the data of how many students that Phoebe Hearst is serving that have those learning disabilities and other differences. But here's what we already know about the children that Phoebe Hearst teachers are handpicking, and just from the publicly available data. Phoebe Hearst teachers prefer girls. 54% of the children at Phoebe Hearst are girls, despite other schools in the district without an entrance exam having a 50-50 split. The teachers there prefer white students. Phoebe Hearst is the 3rd whitest school in the district, after Alice Burney Public Waldorf and Caleb Greenwood, a neighborhood school in the overwhelmingly white River Park neighborhood. Phoebe Hearst teachers prefer rich students. Phoebe Hearst has far fewer children who are socioeconomically disadvantaged than every other school in the entire district. The next richest school, Crocker Riverside, is 6 percentage points behind. And if you are one of the children who is socioeconomically disadvantaged, you have a higher chance of being suspended than your wealthier peers at Phoebe Hearst. Phoebe Hearst teachers prefer students who are not in foster care. Phoebe Hearst has half as many children in foster care than Crocker Riverside, the 2nd wealthiest school in the district. Phoebe Hearst is an open enrollment school. It is supposed to be open to all of our children. Instead, the assessment is allowing the teachers to act like a private school and handpick students that they would prefer to teach.
My name is Elia Basson. I am a parent at the school, and I'm here with Rena Basson, who will speak shortly also. Again, we just need to reemphasize the kindergarten screening results must be thrown out, and all parents who complete the district registration are allowed into the lottery at all the sites with enrollment burdens. The alternative is that we do not offer kindergarten at Phoebe Hearst next year because the site is for advanced placement students. I just learned that about half the students who were screened do not qualify for the district-wide standardized GATE exam in the 1st grade. It is an advanced-only school, so only qualified GATE students should attend, as that is the only screener offered to all students. The GATE test, or as I understand the COG AT7, already has substantial correlations between richer, whiter, and more Asian students scoring higher. I don't have time to report on discrimination of the GATE test, but at least the GATE test is offered to all students in the district. Phoebe Hearst is the highest income school and has a screener, but even then, only half the kids tested into GATE. The screener is not even screened for the intended purpose. A simple test of students from high income would probably give the exact same GATE students as the screener is providing. On the district records, we have something is broken. I have an email from a district and a scoring matrix from a district website that has related terms about the Phoebe Hearst assessment. I filed a PRA for any email or any record using all 9 phrasing variations of the Phoebe Hearst assessment. These are things I've heard districts say or write. The district said that there is not one single email, not even the emails that were sent to me from the district days before I filed the PRA. And the scoring matrix disappeared off the website after I filed the PRA and was not provided in the PRA. Someone in the district took that webpage down. I filed a similar request in October, and again, the district said there are no records of anything related to Phoebe Hearst kinder assessment. Then I'm told that there were 15 staff paid to work on a Saturday of the assessment. paid to do something the district does not have a single record of any kind. We paid 15 staff to work on a Saturday for no documented reason, when we can't get agreement to make up for our lost striking days that are worth millions of dollars last time I heard. As part of this effort, my children and I went to the Phoebe Hearst during the assessment on the 3rd to learn from the parents who brought their children. Right here, I'm going to skip a paragraph for everyone's time interest about my children and how they did qualifying to gate. But I'm going to mention how we were struck by how so many children who just have quieter personalities would not perform well when they are required to go into a new place, leave their parents behind, and go alone into a room with a stranger, and then perform academic and social skills. My daughter, Renna, noticed on their own, unprompted, how so many of the children seemed happy and bright going into the exam, and then she brought this comment to me.
I saw that when the kids came out, they were sad and scared. I only saw one happy face.
The test is not age appropriate or approved by any jurisdiction. We were there for 3 hours and saw at least 50 children. Those conclude our comments, and we really appreciate your time and all of you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosario Rosas. She's correct. Sorry, my mistake. She's for 10.1, so this is not public comment. Public comment is concluded.
All right, thank you. All right, communications 8.0. So 8.1, let's start with SCTA.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Malevsky, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I am pleased to announce that yesterday, SETA members completed the ratification of our contract with a 97.7% supporting the agreement. Such an overwhelming support reflects the achievement of our agreement in maintaining competitive salaries and benefits with significant steps towards improving student learning conditions, first by lowering class size in grades 4 through 6 in 24-25, and then in grades 7 through 12, beginning in 25-26. The agreement also increases the number of school nurses, librarians, and reinstitutes the behavior intervention specialists and established community schools training specialists at each of the 18 community schools in our district. We've also agreed to provide additional support to special education teachers, including additional instructional aids and other improvements. And then those improvements are just the beginning. With the approval of the State Board of Education and the district's $47 million penalty will be waived, and with those dollars, along with others, they can be used to improve the services further for our students. Overall, the agreement resolves several longstanding issues, and as a result, for the first time in recent memory, we have a clear slate, which includes having more than a year and a half before our next contract expires. That does not mean that we do not have a lot of work to do, because we do. We have created a committee to help design and implement MTSS. We have created a committee to implement further improvements to staffing that will enhance students' learning opportunities. And we have already begun to have constructive meetings with Assistant Superintendent Crystal Thomas to address ongoing concerns in special education. We especially want to express our appreciation to the board and Superintendent Allen for the direction and support of the district's bargaining team to work with us rather than against us. We want to acknowledge the leadership of Chief Human Resource Officer Kansi Makaran and her team, Chief Academic Officer Yvonne Wright, Chief Business Officer Janae Marking, Assistant Superintendent Jesse Castillo, Labor Relations Director Dan Shalek, and Human Resource Specialist Monica Garland. Throughout the experience, the district's team engaged in bargaining with a problem-solving approach that enabled us to work through many thorny and complicated issues. We look forward to our continued work to implementing this agreement and working together to secure the waiver with the State Board of Education and directing those monies to our kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikki. Next up, we have SEIU. TCS. Teamsters. And UPE. Okay. Moving on to our district advisory committees. Let's start with Student Advisory Council. Nope. Community Advisory Committee. The District English Learner Advisory Committee. LCAP. Yay, LCAP.
Good evening, President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, Vice President Singh, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Junior Goris. I'm Area 6 representative for the LCAP. And our last PAC meeting was held this week on February 13th, and we were pleased to welcome our board member, Tara Jean, to our meeting as she's the board liaison to the committee. There was a lot of engagement around the first 3 out of the 5 goals in the third version of our draft LCAP framework. In addition to the framework, we referenced the December 2023 school dashboard results as we provided recommendations for actions for those students with the highest unmet needs. In reviewing version 3 of the draft LCAP framework, we discussed how our new goal 1 is really a summative measure focused on how students leave Sac City. This goal is concerned with improving our graduation rate for students by 5% from the California School Dashboard released in 2023-24 by June 2027. Additionally, of those students who graduate, we also are aiming to increase the college and career prepared by at least 1 level over the same time frame. We also discussed how Goal 2 is a broad measure that is also steeped in the student growth, particularly at monitoring the health of our academic system from school to school and grade to grade. By setting a target that at least 80% of students in grades 4 through 8 will improve their distance from MET in ELA and math, and supporting the metric with various academic measures from grades pre-K through 12, we are developing a clearly stated goal to improve student learning across Sac City to all students. Knowing that Goal 1 and Goal 2 are both concerned with specific actions and aligned annual metrics to measure their effectiveness, Goal 3 is concerned with ensuring that all students and families feel safe and connected at our schools. This goal is a recognition that safer and more connected students and families perceive their school communities. There will be better attendance and fewer discipline and suspension incidents that work to interrupt and disrupt student learning. The PAC engaged in meaningful dialogue with district leaders and developed a number of recommendations to inform the LCAP, along with recommendations received from BAAB, and there will be other additional comments received from DLAC and CAC. We understand that the district has been in continued contact with CDC and the Sacramento County of Education, and we are awaiting official notifications of the schools that will be receiving equity multiplier funding. And as always, we invite the public and everyone to our next PAC meeting, which is scheduled for March 11th. And in addition, there are a couple positions on our PAC that do need to be filled, so I do look forward to having some of our board members filling those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Black African American Advisory Board.
Fancy tonight. No, like you guys called me last time and I was like in my zone. You guys were like, it's a button. I'm like, no, I gotta talk, so we'll make it nice and tall just to make sure I understand. Okay, cool. Now I feel too short. Good evening. As Junior referenced, BAAB, we've been very intentional about being ever present in the LCAP space, but also just being ever present in community with those that we seek to stand beside as we do this work of building a village to undo the continual trauma and harm on behalf of our scholars and families. In that vein, a couple weeks ago, we were in Hayward in community and fellowship with Crystal Thomas and 2 staff members from Early Learning and Care at the African American Regional Educational Alliances Conference, which also features other districts such as Berkeley, Livermore, and a bunch of other Bay Area districts. So we represent our district in collaboration as we did the work to really just try to unwrap the reality of what it means to be a Black student in Sac City, and how we change the narrative and the actual outcomes. So thank you to all the staff that were there in partnership with us, and to Dr. Robin Fisher, who hosted us. We, just like LCAP, PAC, are actively seeking to recruit. We know that it takes a village. Thank you to Vane Reyes from Youth Development Services, who is a staff liaison for SAC, who's been very intentional about seeking student engagement around our application process. And we have had a number of student responses. And we would hope that you guys would also reach out within your trustee areas to increase the number of response that we have, so that we can have more voices at the table with us to do the work. At the last board meeting, we were working in partnership with staff to push forward a resolution. And while it did not reach the total impact and effect that we hoped, we obviously were left with questions, because we have a bunch of recommendations, 13 actually, many of them unfulfilled, that were adopted by your body. Doesn't mean it was obviously adopted by all of you in your seats right now, but it was representative of the body that you represent. So what we're seeking is a reaffirmation of your support around those recommendations, because to not have them uplifted in a resolution around Black students and the Black experience within SUSD does not align with what we would expect supporting recommendations would mean. It would mean that you guys would uplift your voices and shout your voices and saying, yes, this is what we stand on. So to not have them in a resolution, to not have them in LCAP that like we're pushing for, is a misalignment of what you state your intentions are. So we are seeking a reaffirmation of the recommendations as they are written by number, so that as they evolve with the ever-changing landscape of the district and outcome for our students, they can be referenced and they can be current at all times. One last thing, we will have our annual report coming up soon, and I know how impactful it was to see those F grades 2 years ago. I just want to remind you guys, it is report card season. There's still time for you guys to complete some missing assignments, so we hope that you guys step up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have the Community Schools Advisory Committee.
Hey, we finally made it. So happy to report that the Community Schools Advisory Committee is up and running. We had the meet and greet on January 24th here, and then our first official meeting was February 7th. And the students and everybody decided that moving the meetings to one of the high school sites would be better for them to access and better for the community to access. So the meetings are now held at the Luther Burbank Library, and they also voted to change the time from 5:30 to 7:30. So that the students, that's actually a time they requested. So we have done that. So meetings are now, for now, first and third Wednesday of the month in the Luther Burbank Library, 5:30, 7:30. So you're all welcome. Come out to our next meeting. The first official meeting, we really kind of dove in and wanted to look at places that have been successful, like San Diego and what they did. And so we went through and in groups and kind of looked at what they had done and did what do you know, what do you wonder. And from that, we decided that, one, we'd like to be able to ask them questions. And John was able to get in touch with them, and they have agreed, and they're going to Zoom in to our next meeting for the first part, so we can ask them questions about how they got up and running and how the process worked. We also looked at their bylaws, and as a group decided that we would also like to develop a set of bylaws that govern our work, and so that is on the agenda for the second half of the meeting next Wednesday, is to actually establish some bylaws to govern what we do. There was some frustration that the district training, community schools training specialist position still has not been posted. People were very frustrated that that still has not happened. And we'd like to see that, taken care of as quickly as possible. I mean, that was, the job description has been approved now since November, I think. So while, people are frustrated that that's still ongoing. Again, progress is still slow, but it finally is progress, right? So that's pretty much it. We're looking forward to, everybody agreed that we need to get some training and get everybody onboarded and make sure that we all have a common understanding of what our job is actually entails. And we're all looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Native American Parent Committee. All right, moving on to our special presentation, we have 9.1, approving the recognition of National Eating Disorders Awareness Week. I think that's Ms. Garner.
All right. Good evening, Board President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, members of the board. It is my, well, let me say who I am first. Jacqueline Garner, Executive Director of Student Support and Health Services. And we are here tonight to recognize the resolution of 3388 in recognition of National Eating Disorder Awareness Week, which begins on Monday, February 26th until March 3rd, 2024. You know, as we recognize and honor this, I really just want to lift up some of the importance of this resolution and how it really helps support the overall well-being of our students. So whereas Eating Disorder Awareness Week is an annual campaign, and it's to raise awareness of eating disorders and how with early detection and intervention and awareness, we can make a positive difference and instill hope for individuals and families who are impacted by eating disorders. It is estimated that overall 9% of the U.S. population, equivalent of about 28 million Americans, will have an eating disorder in their lifetime. And of those, only about 20 to 30% will receive the care that they need. Eating disorders are serious and have potentially life-threatening conditions that frequently co-occur with other mental health disorders like ADHD, depression, and anxiety, and is only, has the second highest mortality rate, only surpassed by substance use disorders. Eating disorders affect persons of every age, gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic backgrounds, and we are seeing an ever more increasing in the age of the younger age groups of this presenting and affecting our children. As young as 6 and 7, we're seeing our children impacted by eating disorders. So while they are treatable when diagnosed early, they are often misunderstood and stigmatized. So really, the awareness and the early intervention comes from noticing and talking about it so that we're all aware of what to look for, and then how do we help get our youth to help. Very much like how we do our suicide prevention. And so this is why, because eating disorders can profoundly affect our children's ability to learn, to take in information, to process information. It can affect their behavior, causing withdrawal, irritability, really anything. If you think about when you're hungry, how do you function? Not very well. And so when our students are struggling with these disorders, it affects their ability to function and engage with their peers. So by understanding these indicators, we can respond to our students' needs and help them. So therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the importance of supporting the health and well-being of our students, and has undertaken efforts to use our district funds to expand social, emotional, physical, and mental health staffing to address the needs of our students. And so for that, I want to pause and really just acknowledge all the support staff in our school campuses that are helping with this recognition and identifying our school psychologists, social workers, nurses, counselors, advocates, health aides. All of these people are really creating that wraparound support to our students. And so by doing that, we're raising the mental and physical health awareness, and we're providing the support and resources to our students experiencing these health challenges and ensuring supports for their family. So with that, will you respectfully ask the board to pass Resolution 3388?
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment, Brian?
We do not.
All right, board discussion? Boom. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you for bringing this. I just wanted to know, maybe give me some specific examples of what kind of resources or how this is being rolled out into the schools. You mentioned it's similar to Suicide Awareness Week. So what can we expect to see on our school sites, or what kind of items will be maybe take home for our students and families?
It's a great question. And so I think with that, as we prepare for the week, as it comes up, we can post some like what to look for and how students and families, so we'll get that ready to go and we can share that out. And I think more importantly, it's also the training and professional development for like the support staff I mentioned, so they know what to look for and ask those questions to get help. Because it does go undetected. And so I think that is actually something we need to make sure our staff are getting additional training on to build that awareness. So.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to weigh in that question that Member Villa just asked. And I know when you think about an eating disorder from someone that's in kindergarten or preschool versus someone that's in high school, it could look a lot different, right? And so in your rollout, I'm assuming, can you give us some, I know she asked for some specific examples, but can you kind of just tell us, like, not specific examples, but just like some general examples of what it might look like from like a very young age to an older age?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are various ones from anorexia to binge eating and then fasting. And so it could be just with refusing to eat. And then what we often see kind of in adolescence is that more of maybe that like binging. And so I think those are like the specifics. And I honestly can say I'm not the expert in the eating disorders, even though I have a mental health background. And I think this is also what this awareness brings up, is that this is one of those areas that is difficult to treat because it gets into like the compulsive behavior and that withdrawing. And so how do we really help make sure we get our students and families identified who are struggling and to the right help? So those are just some of the like kind of high level like things we would look for. And I think to your point, I don't know if you're asking for like the symptoms. Is that what you're asking specifics for?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
just like what
how we
our
treat
staff
it?
would be looking for
Yeah.
at a very
Yeah.
young age versus.
So the sleepiness, the irritability, which can kind of look like other disorders. And so I think what I would want our families and even our staff who aren't in the mental health field to take away is any of those behaviors that are just concerning, that you don't have to be the diagnoser, you don't have to be the treater. You just have to be noticing that that student's not acting like themselves or what we would expect to see of a 5-year-old or 13-year-old. And if you notice that, then let's get some experts in to help assess and see what is the cause.
Thank you. I was somebody that suffered from a eating disorder in my young teens, and if I had to come up with a number of how many girls in America suffered from eating disorders, it would be probably almost all, and in some way, shape, or form. I mean, if you look around, we're very compared, to what you see in a magazine or TV these days, and so we're always worried about what we look like, what we eat, or comparing to each other, and so. I'm glad that we're bringing awareness to this, so I just want to thank you for your work on this, and please let us know what we can do to help with this as well.
Thank you. Can I just say thank you for sharing that? Because I think us sharing our stories helps bring awareness and that it's okay not to be okay and how we get help.
It absolutely is, and going untreated can cause lifelong, things go later in life. So it's important to catch it early on.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, first of all. I do have a question. You mentioned wanting to bring in the youth perspective of encouraging youth to, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the specifics of what you mentioned with that. Can you kind of clarify further along those lines, as well as what this will look like from that perspective? Because from what I've gathered is that this is mostly a recognition of what these symptoms are, especially towards staff of different school sites. But from that student perspective, is this going to look like anything within the school sites or just within their day-to-day lives during this week-long session?
So I better, you mean like, how do we help bring this awareness to the youth to know, like, recognizing it in themselves, like, I might need help, or as a peer, like, how do we, kind of like what we do with, like, suicide?
Sort of. I'm just wondering, mostly with, I think that a lot of the times things like these do get passed forth for a recognition and then no substantial change is made and there's no like actual direction taken when these are passed forward. So I guess I'm asking for clarification on what that's going to look like if this is passed forward, what we will see on those school sites, both regarding staff and students.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think to your point about getting the youth perspective, so I think we need to like talk about that as a group and get more specifics and have the youth help drive that. And so one thought I even had is we have our wellness committee, and so this might be a good place that we might even help bring in and say like, how do we want to address this as we're talking about wellness overall, and how the youth can help us really create, like, how do we want to build awareness amongst ourselves and really address that. So I guess what I'd like to say is in recognition of this is that we have work to do to help really continue this awareness, so it's not just a week, right? It's not just a rubber stamp of a resolution.
So regarding that, if this was passed forward today, in the future, once that is, once you've gone to the wellness committee and once you guys have discussed that and come up with a plan, would that be brought forward back to the board to discuss that change and with that resolution, or is this more of an individual aspect?
I mean, I can bring, you mean come bring an update of how we're working towards like awareness on eating disorders and support?
Sure, and just
maybe if I'm misunderstanding something.
Just along with that, with like I mentioned, with substantial and active change when it regards to the recognition of these types of weeks, to ensure that that is a process that continues on throughout the years rather than just a 1 year thing or even just a day that happens. Is there going to be a direction that's taken to ensure that that happens?
Yes, we can do that. That wasn't part of this, and so I'm hearing from the questions that really needs to be part of that. So yeah, so we can come back and report what that substantive process would look like.
So here's my thought, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. So what I'm kind of looking at, like what I think could be happening is that we have a lot of like mental health first aid, mandated reporter, like those types of training is not necessarily, you know, instructing somebody or teaching them how to know exactly what it is. It's like if you have a concern, then you say something about the concern, even like on like the MTSS level, just to bring them up to someone who can actually look at those specific things. Because like a lot of times, just like what Board Member Segura said, is we have a lot of resolutions and they come through and it's like, is it gonna be a day or is it gonna be forever? And it is not necessarily something you have to reinvent the wheel on. It's just getting people to trust themselves enough to notice their concern and then elevate that. And that's kind of like, instead of putting the responsibility on somebody to say, hey, you need to know this kid is doing this and this and this, that gets complicated, that gets legally messy. And just allowing people to know, we trust you with our children already. We want you to make sure that we trust you to be able to elevate. So it's kind of a caring program that's gonna be occurring. So I'm really excited to see what happens in the future with this one. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Phillips. Member Rhodes.
You already said what I was going to say. Just kind of echoing kind of what Board President Phillips was saying, but I had, I guess, just from the resolution that we're bringing forward, I guess my one question to you is, could you say what are the tangible things that will be at school sites for students and or teachers that might be dealing with this issue? What is tangibly that you guys' department are putting at school sites that we can let our community know these are tangible things that are going to be at your site for this awareness? I'm looking for like a tangible thing that you can tell us.
So off the top of my head, I'm just thinking we do a lot of poster campaigns, so what to look for. We have our Mental Health Matters, and so parent partnering. So not reinventing the wheel, we can put out that so that just, it was through here that with the request for how like sexual assault and how like the hotline and crisis numbers, and so those are like in bathrooms and on campuses. So similarly, because I think, Board Member Phillips, what you said is very true. It's like, this is about building awareness and not people like having to diagnose and treat each other, but just knowing when to be concerned and when to get help for yourself or when to get help for a friend or a colleague, right? So I think a tangible thing is just us building up that awareness through like a poster campaign or something like that. So.
I do appreciate that. I think that for me, what I would love to see when we have, when something is as serious as this, and literally you're saying that this is one of the leading causes of death for young people outside of like the substance abuse and things like that, that if we have a resolution that we can give like people tangible resources, and that we don't have like resolutions that just come and we say, and we're going to do this. This is the gravity of what's happening, and we want to continue to do what we're doing, that we always do. I think that going forward, it will be really nice to see like, this is what we already do, and this is how we're going to enhance and advance that work. I think that would be something that would be very good for future things that brought, because this is very serious. We just want something that we can like tangibly say that we're doing about it, right? So that's all. Thank you.
Building off of what Member Rhodes said, with the tangibility, I understand where you're coming from with the poster perspective, and I get that that's off of the top of your head. But while you are here, I think that it's important to note that from the perspective of a student, every time the topic of mental health within the district is brought up, practically every time this conversation is had among youth, we bring up the same point of, I wish we had more resources that went beyond just a number on the back of our IDs. I wish that we had more resources that went beyond posters that were posted up around the school. And while those things can be helpful and they can spread that awareness, which is very necessary, I think that more resources need to be provided beyond just the posters that we tend to see every day and that people mostly have started to become a little bit desensitized to and just have started walking past in the hallway. While they can be a good resource for some, we want that resource to be able to be spread to the majority rather than just the minority. So I would encourage you to look forward and consider more ideas for that tangible change that Mr. Rhodes mentioned to impact students further and increase that both awareness and accessibility to actual resources that students feel safe and comfortable accessing.
Thank you.
All right. That is everyone. Do we have a motion? All right, let's start with the student preferential vote,
Aye.
and then roll call.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
So moved.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're staying, right? So next up, we have 9.2, Homeless Educational Services, Ms. Gardner, and I believe Ms. Clark.
I'm going to hand it over to our Homeless Services Coordinator, who's going to do the presentation, and she'll introduce herself.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Ashley Powers Clark, and I am the Homeless Education Services Coordinator for the district. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm just grateful that y'all invited us up so you could learn more about what we're doing to support homeless students in the district. Oh, goodness. So I have a couple members of my team here. We have Yasel and Thomas, who are two of our amazing social workers. We also have 3 mental health advocates that we work with and a clerk. So we are a powerful new team of 8 people that are working to move this work through the district. So a few things that we're going to do tonight. We are going to talk a little bit about some of our shared beliefs and values around homelessness, because when we think about homelessness, we have to reflect on what are our values and beliefs, because those values and beliefs will guide how we see the problem and the things that we do to solve it. I also want you to leave with an understanding of the legislation that protects our homeless students. So how do we define homelessness? What are the rights that our homeless students have? I want you to understand a little bit about what our data looks like and the actions that our team has put forward. So everyone has seen this core value before, right? It is the guiding principle, one of the guiding principles we have in our district. So recognizing the system is inequitable by design is incredibly important when we think about the humanitarian crisis of homelessness. And there's some really important verbs in this sentence about interrupting inequities. We're called to interrupt those inequities and to provide more opportunities for our homeless students. So here, this is a recent headline in the newspaper that says, this Northern California city now has more unsheltered homeless people than San Francisco. And of course, that city is here in Sacramento. So when we think about homelessness in Sacramento, we have the 3rd highest number of chronically homeless people here in Sacramento in the entire nation. So what does that mean? If you're homeless in Sacramento, it is harder for you to get off the streets and find housing than nearly anywhere else in the nation. We also have the 5th highest number of unsheltered homeless individuals in the nation. So that means there's more people that are sleeping on the streets, that are sleeping in tents, and the physical signs of this are everywhere, right? This is not what we wanted for our community, this is not what we wanted for our kids, and this is where we are. Of all of those unsheltered individuals, 1,285 of those people are families with children. So, with that reality in mind, I want to ground us just for a minute in kind of what does this look like at a school site? Okay, so I had the privilege of working parking lot duty at Oak Ridge Elementary for 5 years. And unfortunately, as that homelessness crisis has started to expand, what you see on the slide is a very common sight, right? The car pulls in, you see a lot of belongings that are kind of on the roof. There's blankets stuffed everywhere. Amazingly, you open the door and the kids run out and they're smiling, right? Because that's who our kids are. But I want us to take a second and let's ground us in the realities of that elementary school parking lot and hear a little bit about what it is like for our children and families to try to get to school when they're experiencing homelessness.
Homeless thing, I was mad at God. Like, why? What on God's green earth did I do wrong to deserve this? What did my kids do wrong to have to be like this? But in all reality, I'm not alone. There's other families doing the same thing.
Tiffany McDaniel is proud, and she loves her children. The 37-year-old has been homeless for 4 years. Tiffany and her husband Scotty had housing for themselves and their daughters Bella, 9, Daniela, 14, and Ayana, 11. But then everything turned upside down.
4/13 of 2020, I showed up to find Isabella's dad murdered on the side of the road. I tell my landlord, I said, next month I'm not going to be paying all the rent or whatever. Can you work with me? He says no. And I was like, well, you know what? I can't pay the rent. I'm out of here. I left everything. Everything that I worked hard to get. My bedroom set, their bunk bed set, their clothes, their everything. Everything. We got in the car and left with what we had on our back. I went to the welfare office. They gave me so many days in the motel, and then I called them back and let them, hey, I'm still homeless out here. Well, there's nothing else we can do for you. I was able to stay like a total of 32 days in the motel. And then after that, we went back to my truck, and then I bought a motorhome. And so we had the motorhome. The canopy thing that goes out fell off. The door fell off. So now we just have the screen door. So I just parked my truck right against the screen door, and I let the kids go inside and sleep, and I'll sleep in the backseat of my truck.
With Tiffany, the challenges for the homeless services team were with consistency in attendance. It's not like Tiffany wanted to keep her kids out of school. She knew they were better off with the services that Oak Ridge Elementary offered. All 4 of them received grief counseling, remedial education services for the kids, even clothing and toothpaste, and a place to wash up.
It's hard trying to get to and from school being homeless. I don't want to send my kids to school dirty. I don't want to send my kids to school in dirty clothes or smelling funny. Like, that's not me.
My name is Alicia. I'm 49. I'll be 50 in a couple of weeks. In 2020, I was in a real bad car accident. August 1st of 2020. Before then, I was working, just self-sufficient, just self-sufficient. And I was hit by a drunk driver that left me in a coma for a whole month. Everything on my right side was broken.
Alicia's story to homelessness starts with that accident, but is enhanced by a series of systems failures.
For the car accident, I lived somewhere totally different. I lived upstairs in my apartment, my washer and dryer. I didn't know that I had moved until I was being released from the hospital. And I was like, hey, where are we at?
Let's reiterate that. Alicia didn't know she had been put in a housing program and her entire apartment had been moved until she showed up at her new apartment after being in a coma for a month. Later, that housing program shut down, and she and her 3 children, who are now 8, 10, and 12, lived in their car while she was still trying to get physical and cognitive therapy for her injuries. Now she and her children are in a homeless motel. With Alicia, the issue for homeless services was not making sure her kids were in school, but in finding them. It was the middle of the pandemic. Sacramento schools were on remote learning, and Alicia's kids just fell off the map.
The accident happened August 1st, and then I came home September. I was bedridden, so they missed September, October, November, and then it was around November when I had called the school, and the school came out to my house.
The striking thing about this is that Alicia was in the system. She was in the hospital. She was in rehab. Someone followed through to make sure she had adequate first-floor housing. The housing people even moved her. But no one contacted the school where her children were enrolled until Alicia recovered enough to do it herself. By that time, her children had missed almost an entire semester. Alicia also pointed out something else that is a huge barrier for Sacramento schools to find homeless youth. Parents are often afraid to tell schools they're homeless.
People will be nervous to even go to the school because they're thinking CPS or something. Are they going to take our kids? That's why when you told me your kids can't get taken off because you're homeless, I was like, really? Wow. People need to know that.
I have very unpresent parents because they are most definitely alive, most definitely around, but choose not to parent me. My name is Jenilyn. I am 19.
At first blush, Jenilyn doesn't fit the definition of a homeless student. She has always had a roof over her head, whether it was staying with relatives or friends, but she has been taking care of herself since her mother moved out when Jen was in 8th grade.
I don't know. I remember I became troubled and stuff like that. I would always be outside, and all my friends were seniors and had cars, and I was a freshman, so I would be with them. And I remember after she left, I was just staying at my friend's house for months and months, and people couldn't get a hold of me. People didn't really know what I was up to. My family, I had numerous family members out there, but nobody ever cared.
Jenilyn found her solace in school, which she calls her happy place. Despite being homeless, despite the pandemic, Jenilyn managed to graduate in 2022. Now she is working to help other young people in Sacramento navigate systems she had to navigate by herself.
Like that, I didn't think I was considered in that category. When I think homeless, I think the worst of the worst. People are going through it worse than me. Their peoples are probably cracked out and it's raining or whatever. They're under a bridge or they don't have food. They can't clean their clothes. But the reality of it is, if you're not with your parents, you're homeless, period.
All right, well, we wanted to take a few minutes just to bring those stories and bring those voices into the room. And as we start to talk about our data and services, those stories, they're situated in a context where you really understand what's going on. So we can hold those stories with us as we move forward. Oh, there's our team. So here's a photo of our team. We're a big team. There's 8 of us. All right, we are also divided. So you can see up here in this map, our social workers work with mental health advocates that serve the entire district. So that northern region is served by Thomas and Michelle. The middle region is served by Yasel and Rebecca, and the south region is served by Logan and Irene. So every single school in our district has an assigned social worker that helps to support our homeless students and make sure that their rights are being upheld. So who qualifies as homeless? So there is a federal piece of legislation called the McKinney-Vento Homeless Education Assistance Act. It is an unfunded federal mandate that every single school district in the United States must follow. And so the mandate defines homelessness in this way. You lack a fixed regular nighttime residence. You're doubled up due to economic hardship. So this is our largest category. About 75% of our unhoused families are doubled up. Hotels, motels, shelters, places that are not designed for human habitation. And just like Jenilyn's story, unaccompanied youth, so youth who are not in the care of their parents. Those all qualify as homeless. This is an abbreviated list of the rights that our homeless students have. So immediate enrollment, you need no documentation to enroll in school, and we're required to enroll you immediately. So no immunizations, no IDs, no nothing. School consistency, homeless students have the right to stay in their school even when they're displaced for the entire duration of their homelessness. They also have the right to request to go to a different school if it is more convenient and there's reasons for the family. We're required to provide transportation to assure that school consistency. Some of our unhoused students that are juniors and seniors qualify for reduced credits, and then priority enrollments in our summer and after school program. And again, this is just an abbreviated list of those rights. It's also important to note that immunization barriers, so federal law supersedes state law, which means we cannot deny enrollment to unhoused students because they do not have immunizations. So that's just an important thing to remember. So we've had two core focus areas for our team. First has been outreach and identification. So in Sac City, we had been under-identifying unhoused students for a long time. And so our team is really focused on, we can't support our unhoused students if we don't know who you are. And then the second thing we've been focused on is providing concrete support to our students and families. So I want to draw your attention to the graphic in the upper left-hand corner. So research shows that about 10% of our of our free and reduced price lunch population qualifies as unhoused. And as of right now, we've identified about 1,100 of those students. And for those students, you can see some of the statistics that we have. 85% graduation rate for the general population in SCUSD, and only 55% of a graduation rate for unhoused students. And then attendance, 19.3% of students are chronically absent, but 70% of our homeless students are. So we don't have a lot of good news in homeless services, but this is actually a really bright point for us. So this demonstrates some of the work that our team has been able to do. That green bar shows the number of homeless students that were likely in our district year by year. So about 3 years ago, when there was only a coordinator and a clerk, we identified 482 students. The next year, we had two more staff members. We brought that number almost up to 600. We had a mighty team of 7 people last year, and we identified 959, and we're already up to 1,100 this year. So we are making a lot of progress in terms of our ability to find our unhoused students and make sure they're identified in our system. So our team is really trying to serve as the hub of services and support. As you can tell, getting the word out to our community about our unhoused students, about their rights, and about their needs. We've worked really closely with our communications team, who has gotten us on the radio and on the news to give some voice to our programs and help us to get donations. A very exciting grant that we just got with this amazing group of community partners is to open a full-time food access center that is going to focus specifically on unhoused youth while serving the whole district. If you're an unhoused family and you show up to the food bank and they hand you a box of food that's a bunch of cans and some pasta that you need a kitchen to cook in, that's not going to do you a lot of good. So our food access center is really going to be geared towards understanding the needs of our unhoused families and removing barriers to having nutritious food for your kids. Basic needs and crisis response, we've got our clothing closet, we've got hygiene items, we've got the kindness campaign and Growing Past Today, which is part of that network of support. And then just lastly, to kind of tell you a little bit more about what we do. So our team, again, we aim to be that hub of services and support that can be identifying our homeless students, providing direct support to our school sites that have unhoused students, making sure that unhoused students can enroll in the district immediately, bus passes, case management, food, basic needs, connecting families to housing resources. These are all the things that we've been responsible for. And we need you. So one of the things we really want to have is just, how do we have some more compassionate dialogue about what's going on with our unhoused families so that our unhoused families don't have to be afraid to tell their school sites about what's going on. Advocacy across the board. This issue affects us not only as board members, but also in our individual lives. So how do we work together to really raise up the needs of our unhoused students? Assistance with immunizations and just getting the word out for everyone. So that's what we got.
Thank you so much. Do you have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, let's open up to board discussion. Go ahead, Christina.
Thank you for that presentation. Very informative. I think you answered one of my questions on the very last slide. So all of the hygiene and clothing and things that you take in, are they all donations that you have?
Pretty much. I mean, we have some grant money right now through the American Rescue Plan that we can use to buy hygiene items, but the vast majority of the things that we get are donated. Yeah. So we're always looking for that type of support.
Okay, I travel a lot. And I was thinking, I'm always like, at the hotels, I always have the things that are up on the counter, and I can bring those in. Start putting them in little baggies and bringing them in. And then I know that the city of Sacramento recently did a census of the homeless. Did that help at all with the count of our students? Did you work with the city of Sacramento with that?
Yeah, so we haven't gotten the results from the point in time count yet, so it'll probably be a little while before that comes out, but it'll certainly be informative about what's going on in our broader community. And yeah, we worked closely with them, so just to get the word out to our families that were in hotels and motels, so we encouraged them to call the number so that they could be counted. And then also just having staff members, that are aware of what's going on, because that was the other thing of they have to be counted in that count as well, because that drives the money that we get through the city, which affects them. So that was one of the things that we were able to do that we felt like was really effective.
Okay, and then with that being said, I represent an area that's not within the city of Sacramento. I'm in an unincorporated part of Sacramento County and in the city of Rancho Cordova. Can you tell me in which ways that you guys are counting areas in that, or families in that area?
Well, the point in time count is
it was in that
countywide.
area?
Yeah,
okay,
so
I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. It's countywide. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just the city of Sacramento. That's fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great work.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Villa.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate this. This isn't a presentation, this is just a current state of what our community is in, and it's critical, and it is really hard to digest and to hear those stories, because there are thousands of stories currently in our city that are going through this, and it's very challenging. But I just wanted to say thank you, but I also wanted to note on 14, great job to the team. Those numbers are incredible to see the increase, and we know this obviously is such not a problem, but it's an issue that it's not going to go away next year or the year after that. So I'm hoping to continuously see these reports back to you, for you guys to come back to us and report and see where we are in 6 months or a year, because obviously the work that you've done just in this last year is tremendous. So appreciate that. Very excited about the Food Access Center. Like you mentioned, it's not always a can. And also it's got to be some kind of healthy options for students. So to be able to give them the choices that they can actually utilize for their families is critical. So that taking that food component out of their current situation is huge. And I also, last slide, oh, Daniel's not there. The page 20, I don't think it came up on the screen, but I want to make sure it does because we want to get this QR code, if we can get this shared through our communications or whatever else we can do, but donations are accepted. Here's the QR code. What can we do to help you? We're here to support you. Please reach out. You're my neighbor, so I know you can always find me, but please reach out if anything more that this board can do to support you guys, because this is the good work that you're saving so many families and students. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Villa. President Phillips.
This is awesome. And I'm very excited to hear that McKinney-Vento is the mantra. And having laws on the books that you can enforce is very helpful. What I do, I'm a social worker on the other end of madness, but we have forms that we can identify families with. So, I mean, I was curious, I mean, I get it, this is at the district level, but I've been pushing, kind of helping my coworkers. I'm like, people may not want to identify themselves, but it is very important to make sure that they're counted. So, I mean, everything that y'all are doing makes sense, but CPS, where I work, makes it very difficult. People are afraid. And knowing what McKinney-Vento is and knowing what their protection is and knowing what the child welfare laws cannot do to them is really important. So, I mean, is that something, because one of the people speaking said that, is that she didn't know that we couldn't take her kids because she was homeless, but we also have to remember that if someone's child, if you are homeless and we have your kids, it makes it very difficult for us to return your children. So are we pushing for, advocacy for housing? Granted, we know people are unhoused. We know Sacramento is a hot mess for finding a place to stay. But, I mean, are there groups that are, instead of just making sure that people have what they have when they're in their car, making sure that they have a place where they can put these things that we give them? So, I mean, I know that, on the government end, we're trying, but, not using our kids, as props, but being very, very open and honest about what it is they need, and it's housing. So, this is all fantastic, and it really is. But, I mean, I don't know if we're all ready to sign on a letter and tell some folks, because it's like, there are places where we could create housing, but there are systems in place that make it almost impossible to create housing for those who need it. So, yeah, I'm with y'all on this, though. I'm excited. So, McKinney-Vento, McKinney-Vento, McKinney-Vento. Thank you.
Thank you, President Phillips. Member Rhodes.
Okay, so housing, everything she said. Also, as a district, we should look at how we can build housing and look at how we can better become solutions to some of our issues in our overall city and county. Also, I like to say county. How are we partnering with our county, our county officials in the county government, who is in charge of health and human services for our region? Can you say how are we partnering with the county to better support?
I mean, we have on the ground level, we have our DHA workers and we have our DHA worker that's right here in our district. And so that's for us, in terms of working with families on the ground level, like, that is our best resource. In terms of broader advocacy and support and how we could leverage partnerships with I would welcome that partnership.
We need that.
Yeah, and honestly, that's something that is something that we would need your help in leveraging, because that's a really larger scale issue, and we will be right there at the table with you. And one of the things that we would love to see of that is that in the schools, we're on the front lines of homelessness, and nobody sees that, right? We're not at the table with all of the other providers. And so, is there an easier way for us to get those referrals, right, into the system? Because we have such a hard time, getting our families access to that. Meanwhile, we're oftentimes the first people to find out. So we would welcome that, and anything that we can leverage to have some higher scale partnerships, we're right there with you.
I think that's necessary. And I think that even in the city of Sacramento, the city of Sacramento realized that they had to have some type of partnership with the county to try to tackle the issue. We heard here one of the speakers was talking about how her kids missed a whole bunch of school and they weren't able to even connect because we're not even sharing information or data throughout the systems. We move in silos and it like impacts community members and families dramatically just because we're not connecting and we're not servicing people how we should. So I think having better county partnerships to better, access and to be able to triage some of these things and then get provided with more resources to try to tackle this. You guys can be a mighty group of 8 that are asking for donations. Remember, Pritchett can get some stuff from the hotels, all that stuff. But it's not enough. And not saying that it's all on us, but at the same time, it is on us as a region to try to tackle the issue, and schools are very integral, and we just haven't been invited into those conversations, or we haven't broached across and said, hey, we need to be part of these conversations because our students are here. You talked about 1,110 students, or students that we found that were, and probably thinking there might be more. Question that I have, I guess, is from the students who you guys have identified, have you guys had this broken down by trustee area demographics? I guess my time's up. No, I'm playing. Trustee area demographics and how and where those homeless or students that are experiencing homelessness actually fall in our LCAP categories. And then do you have those numbers specifically? Can you disaggregate that number a little bit for us?
Yeah, 100%. And one of the things that we have recently looked at is kind of doing a gap analysis. So looking at, how many homeless students are likely at this school and how many have we identified? Because those are the sites that we want to reach out to first. A lot of our high school students are the ones where we're kind of under-identifying the most. But if you all are interested in kind of seeing what the breakdown looks like by school site and demographics by each of your regions, we have that information and would be more than happy to provide it to you. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think that would be helpful and beneficial to the board. And then I just have, I guess, what do you feel like are the main reasons that you're seeing out there from the students that you have identified of them becoming unhoused?
Well, I think what the stories tell us is that it isn't the things that we usually think of. Usually when you see campaigns, it's like mental health issues and drug abuse. And that's an issue for a very small amount of the population, but as a whole, that's not true. That's not who our homeless families are. Our homeless families are not, they're just like you and I, and it's very easy to become homeless in this region. Each of those moms who are, honestly, their cars are parked just a few blocks from here, had a tragedy happen to them, right? We're self-sufficient and then you lost your husband and then you got in a car accident. And the reality of it is when that happens to you, if you're living on SSI, you didn't do anything wrong, but you can't afford a house and 3 kids, especially with the way we see, rent increasing. So I think when we talked about compassionate dialogue, it's so important for us to really understand, who our homeless families are, what the causes of homelessness are, because I feel like as a system, it's like we're so frustrated and it takes so much endurance to keep having to face this issue that we lose our humanity in it, right? And we forget who these families and what their stories really are. And so for me, it's the broader systemic causes, right, of a tragedy, of a bill lost, of losing a partner, anything like that. It's like the safety net is so fragile, and now it's being pulled because housing prices are escalating. Our inventory is so low that it takes so little for our families to be living on the street. And for every one family that might find housing, we got 3 other ones that are ending up losing their housing. And I appreciated what you said about being part of a broader solution, and would love for our school district to be on the innovative and leading edge of that. It's like we don't have safe parking programs. We don't have, could we get a parking lot? Those are just really simple things that we can start to put together if we work together on a systemic level. So we'd invite all of those partnerships and ideas to the table.
I think that people go from being fragile and housed to living to being fragile and unhoused, right? It's this nuance of most people do. They say, oh yeah, the idea of like people are substance abuse and things like that. But most people here in Sacramento are possibly maybe one or two bad things happening. A paycheck here, losing a job here, to where because people live fragilely, and they're holding on. But when something terrible happens, when you can no longer hold on, who do you have to help lift you up? And I think that school districts, honestly, we focus on education, right? But we have a keen opportunity to change the arc of what a modern school district does, and impacting those outside indicators to in-school day success is going to be huge. I would say as we look at ideas to impact these issues and come part of broader solutions, I also say that we dream big. I think, for me, you talk about fragility, I think that it's, poverty is a driving factor to a lot of this, and in which it's an overarching factor. And so I would love to us to find ideas. How do we start trying to say, how do we impact poverty in our district? I know education is a long-term game to impact poverty for our students and their outcomes. But if we're leaving these many students on the wayside, then what are we really doing? And on top of that, as we say, dream big, I would love to, and I'm going to talk to you about it. What would it look like to take a small cohort of students and provide them with universal basic income, and track that and see how the educational outcomes change? Like, what would that look like? That doesn't make any sense, but that is literally something that we should look at. I mean, this is time to think big, build coalitions, and move things forward, because if we don't, we leave people on the wayside. And for our district, it makes no sense to have so many people that are suffering, and we're saying that, oh, we want to do a coat drive. Not saying that it's not knocking the coat drive, but we also know it's not enough. Right? And so these are just some thoughts. Thank you for this and your food access stuff you're doing. We're actually providing to families and making sure that they have things that they can utilize. That's beautiful as well. We can continue doing that, but let's build on something broader as well. I think we have an opportunity here. So thank you for the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Well said. Member Callado.
So I think we're on the precipice of the importance of us as a school district stepping up and catching homelessness at the upstream level is more important than ever, because as a state and as a country, there's an active move from providing services towards addressing the most visible impacts of homelessness, which is conflated with mental health, behavioral health, and generally people who are unsheltered. But that is really just the tip of the issue, and what we see, what this presentation has shown and this discussion you just had with Member Rhodes describes is this is a much bigger issue than someone camped underneath the freeway overpass. This is kids who are like barely housed, right? This is, maybe you have one parent who's housed and the other one is unhoused, and that person's falling through the cracks, and generally it's the father. And maybe he doesn't want to get services because he doesn't want to be in the system and lose his kids. Maybe he's embarrassed, maybe he's ashamed. All of this comes together. And I think it's just really important, especially as it seems that counties are going to lose some of the funding they've had for services to instead fund housing, which we definitely need to address housing. But if they're losing some of that support and some of the programs that they've had, it's really important on us to kind of step in and fill that void that we know is coming. And partner with the county, not just in the sense of referrals, but having county staff with us, having staff with you when you go out. I think a lot of times, based on my experience working in this area as a county employee, not Sacramento County, a lot of unhoused individuals' relationship with the county in terms of their housing situation is law enforcement. And that's not a situation that's going to address what these families who have kids in school right now need. So if we have, one of your staff maybe like someone at their site, at their school site who they know, and there's a county employee, with a polo, then we can really find services for them. So I guess you've already all said it, but just, I really would like to hear more as we continue to navigate the changing in funding and homelessness services over the next year or two in the state, what we're doing, and if there's any opportunities, what we can do to do that, and then as a board, what we can do to support your work. But besides that, thank you so much for this. And, the little things do matter too. Having food that people can actually eat in their situation, that's not just, the food box, which is great, but, an onion and a thing of pasta, it doesn't do you much good if, you're in your car or you're couch surfing and you don't want to use the person's kitchen. You don't want to be, a burden. So, but anyway, thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing to see what we can do to identify more homeless students, but also identify families that are on the verge of homelessness before it gets to the point that it's considered a homeless student. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Kayada. I'll just close out by, so this issue is obviously, thank you for the presentation. It's really, it's just those stories are kind of gut-wrenching, and I also want to state that a lot of our school sites do things that go above and beyond. Specifically, I'm thinking about Principal Dixon over at David Lubin, who does Mr. Scott's lunches, that they actually go out and hand lunch and food to unhoused folks around the school site. And something he told me last week is he has met people who went to David Lubin when they were children, and they actually still remember teachers from that time. And something that we need to think about is that the statistics we can talk about statistics all day long, right? But if you don't graduate high school, you are 4.5 more times likely to experience homelessness. Our graduation rates for our homeless and homeless youth is 55%. We are not going to be able to do anything, as Chinua mentioned. Coat drives and everything are great, but the second they're out of the system and we haven't helped them graduate, they are absolutely going to be homeless, and we are adding to the homelessness crisis in the city and in the county and in the state. So one specific question is, do you have unaccompanied homeless students who have no family, students who are, I'm not sure where they're being housed? Do we have students?
Yes.
Do we have a number on how many unaccompanied minors who are homeless in our district?
Yeah, and we can provide that by region, by school. Well, it depends how many they are because of the identification. So we can provide it at the level that privacy allows. But yes, that's true, and that's one of the places where we're under-identifying the most. Like I said, our high schools are where we really do need to focus in terms of outreach and identification, and providing avenues where youth can self-identify, so you don't have to go to an adult, because maybe there isn't somebody on your campus that you feel like you can trust.
So oftentimes we think about uplifting or supporting folks who are at the lowest level in order to help uplift everyone, right? And I think about students who are unaccompanied and homeless are students who are in the worst situation, right? That means we have kids who are 14, 15, 16-year-olds living on the streets by themselves and somehow making it to school when they can. At this moment in our district, do we have any housing for students who are unaccompanied? Do we have a place for students to go if they come to you and say, I'm homeless? Do we have any space in our district right now where we can say, you can crash here, you can sleep here? Do we have that?
In the district? No.
Okay, so I guess my other question is, you have 8 staff, right? Which is a growth from what you had before. Just a question for you is, ideally, how much staff would you actually need? This is a crisis, right? We're talking about more resources, more effort, more support. And I see we have 2 social workers for all of the North.
3, yeah.
3. Ideally, what would this look like, fully staffed? And I also want to talk to you, and you don't have to have this answer now, safe parking. I still, for some reason, sit on the Interfaith Council of Alameda County's board. And while we were there, we started safe parking lots at places of worship throughout Oakland and Alameda County. And it's been a super success. And most of those spaces are utilized by families, by mothers, by fathers, and children who have access to water, who have access to a shower, and also are getting access to job and support services. So I do encourage us, this board, to think outside that box, as been mentioned by most of our, or many of our board members, is that identifying spaces. I mean, this is a presentation, but if you have spaces that you have ideas on, I think it would be great to actually hear your ideas on how to put a dent in the homelessness crisis. Because my whole concern is that number, that 4.5 times more likely, it's not going to get any better. And I'm really concerned about the kids who are unaccompanied. Not saying that I'm not concerned about the mothers and fathers who are in cars, but there's got to be a way for us to think about locations and spaces, and housing is a huge thing that Member Rhodes has brought up. And I want us to think about what housing might look like, especially emergency housing for students who are on the streets. So thank you. Go ahead.
The unaccompanied students, you have a accurate number now. Who know who those students are now?
I honestly, I wouldn't say it's accurate. I would say we have a number.
You have a number then. You have a number then.
Yeah.
And are those students connected with anyone that's actively helping them find housing and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, the brutal truth of it is that there's a few nonprofits, like there's Waking the Village, there's Wind Youth Services, and on any given night, all their beds are full. So there are social workers and there are student support center staff at every school site that are connected to those unaccompanied youth that can provide them with information about those resources. But
Anybody that's caseworking and actually helping them get into the system, because there's over over 1,300 beds a night in the city, but there's way more people who are unhoused, and that list is always full. And then it go down the list, and you have to call someone, and if you call, then you have to get plugged in. You have 24 hours to get plugged into that system. You have to be in that the management system anyway to get in. You have to be like kind of written in, all that stuff. Also, are the students even in that city county management system to where they can be on those roles? And then I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Let's get those names, and let's work to get those students into some type of placement. And like, I know everybody does this, but like literally, my day job, I work in the mayor's office, right? Director of Community Engagement, and we're working on these type of issues constantly. But like, we need to talk to like DCR, Department of Community Response. We need to talk to county folks, and we need to actually let's build these bridges and bring this together to find solutions for like what's urgent currently, what is also low hanging fruit. Like those students that you have, let's not be like, hey, let's think about safe parking and da-da-da. Let's try to get those students housed in the next couple of months. Like this is very serious with you. I'm saying this. Like let's try to do this because it just shouldn't be. And if we can even be connectors to like better assist in this process, then let's make that happen. There's many things I think that we can do as a district that we've said before. Like, we do education, but schools are so much more than just education for folks. And so we have an opportunity here, and I think we have a board who wants to help your department in the best way we can, while not overstepping on just the day-to-day work that you guys do, but of being not only allies to what you do, but you should think of our board, or at least me, as an accomplice to what your plans are, right? So like, let's try to make some things happen for our students. And Member Singh is 100% right. So I'll stop talking.
I think we're all happy to be accomplices. Member Phillips?
Yeah, so liability always comes into mind when you think about students who are unaccompanied and why we haven't brought them under Welfare and Institutions Code 300. There's a reason, because we care. And I think we're in a really odd place to be able to take this child who doesn't have parents and try not to bring them into the wrong system. Education system seems to be a very safe place, but we're stuck where we can't, creating housing sounds absolutely bomb. Making sure that every child who is unaccompanied has a place to stay, but the responsibility of the school district to manage that will be problematic, which means that, again, if we are accomplices and we're sitting at the right tables and talking to the proper people who understand it's time to be flexible, and it really could help. But that identification of some of these students, they're safe at our schools and they're not safe with me. And I still understand that, and I know I'm always going to advocate for the village being somewhere away from where the law is and where we're able to care for our students and their families in a way that is beneficial. But man, make sure I get an invite.
Sit down. We're gonna sit
Okay.
down with some folks like ASAP.
And truly, right, and being a part of the system that can be very problematic for these folks, you do need a loud mouth in the room. So make sure I'm invited. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's clear that we would love for you to come back with additional data, information. Please don't forget to come up with a number on what it really looks like to be fully staffed. I appreciate the 8 mighty folks, but this seems like a crisis. I just want to hear like what that would look like, and then also solutions. If we're talking about thinking outside the box, actually tell us like what would a safe site look like? What is that, right? I think it's easy to talk about safe parking, and not everybody is probably not fully aware of what that actually entails.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think more details would be great. And I just want to say thank you to all of us for asking some really amazing questions. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so 9.3 special education presentation, Mr. Linares.
All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, good evening. Yep. All right, so good evening, Board President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, Sac City Unified Board, and Sac City Community. My name is Giovanni Linares, and I serve as our district's SELPA Director. So this evening, I have the opportunity to provide you an update on some compliance efforts involving special education, but also to take it a little bit further and give you an overview of how through the work in the academic office, there's a shift in how we address compliance issues so that it becomes much more of a collaborative effort, and that there's a focus on the impact that these efforts have on our students, staff, and the work that is going on the daily. So as we start, we always ground our work in our core value and guiding principle. The next 2 slides, because as you very well know, special education is full of acronyms. There are a couple of slides here that kind of review some of the ones that you will see in this presentation. Because we are special education, it takes 2 slides for us to get through all the acronyms. So our intentions for this evening are to provide and connect some of the mandated compliance pieces, those drivers, to the work of the academic office focus, and then to further recognize these efforts taking place by dedicated teachers and staff to implement best practices within and across our system for students with disabilities. So let's start off with the very legal piece, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and this federal legislation. So this legislation provides that then every state within the nation has to submit what's known as an SPP, a state performance plan, that measures 17 different measures in special education. These things include things like discipline rates by ethnicity, graduation rates, least restrictive environments, and preschool outcomes. In California, we present this information through our CalPADS system. And with that, then, the state does 2 different things. It collects this information and provides reports to the feds on how we're doing on that state performance plan. But then they also create reports for each of the districts within the state on how we are doing within those measures in the state performance plan. So here's our latest annual performance report, and what did I do? It has all of those indicators there and how we are doing. And so you'll notice that we have a big section there in the middle around LRE that says target not met. And those are indicators 5 and 6. And that's where we're going to spend our time this evening. So in order to do that, then, we have to start looking at, then, how does this look like? Sorry. Yes. What does LRE mean? So this is a piece of ed code that speaks to LRE, and it's usually broken up by IEP teams based on specific sort of wording within that. So things that stand out are like maximum extent appropriate for each individual student, educated with children who are non-disabled, and then regular class with the use of supplementary aid services cannot be achieved satisfactorily. So there's an intent to go through a number of steps to try to educate as many students as possible with their typically developing peers before looking at removal from that general education environment. So within the academic office, what we do is we've made a shift to take a more systems approach and a collective responsibility with this type of compliance-driven data. We see there that LRE and the indicators point to opportunities and time and access to general education. So special education absolutely plays a role in supporting that, but we also need to partner with our general education staff to make sure that then we are implementing it from both sides. It's not just a special education responsibility, it's an all of us responsibility. So within the academic office, we've been working to take that collective approach, to be more sort of focused on what it is that we're working on and focus on making sure that we have consistent messaging across the entire academic office and that we are working towards the same goals. So now we also have the opportunity to take that very compliance-driven piece around LRE, and yes, we can focus on indicators 5 and 6, and we'll speak more about that, but we also have things that we've taken and steps locally that speak to what LRE is after. Some of that includes the board resolution that was passed in the summer, 3338, on the rights of students with disabilities to a quality and inclusive education. This is connected to our BPSB litigation. And so you'll see here that that resolution states that the Board of Education and SUSD value and support diversity and inclusion and recognize both the legal rights and the reciprocal benefits of inclusive education. So that shows that we have a local commitment to implement these federal compliance efforts. So let's jump into these specific compliance pieces. So I'm going to start with indicator 6 instead of indicator 5 because indicator 6 is for preschoolers, and we're going to kind of work our way up. And so 6A measures the percentage of preschool-age children who are educated within a regular early childhood program, and 6B focuses on separate classrooms for preschool. And you'll notice that for both of these, we have a target not met. And we noticed this last year, and what we did was we started what is a process called a preschool district implementation team. So this is a group of educators, school teachers, folks from early learning and care, school psychologists, speech pathologists, lots of folks who work in the preschool area to get together and develop a team that looks at our continuum of services for preschool. So the team then completed a self-assessment, visited other classrooms outside of SCUSD, visited other preschools, and developed program descriptors for what our programs need at different levels of need, what different profiles of students require. So one of the biggest things that they accomplished was they created a shared vision for this work. And you'll see here that it is a collaborative effort and it is a comprehensive full continuum of supports at the preschool level. As I mentioned, we talked about the work that they did around program indicators. One of the things that also included was staff to student ratio, curriculum, instructional formatting, classroom structures that we want to see, specific curriculum that we want to use, evidence-based practices that we know will work with preschoolers, and then what sorts of supports are needed for additional staffing, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, behavior. And so what we identified going into the 23-24 school year was that we now have a better understanding of what effective practices are. We know what effective implementation can look like. What we found is our struggle this year is having the enabling context in order to put that whole formula together to get socially significant outcomes. And so what that's looking like is that we start to see data like this, where we see that since 2020, we've seen a significant increase in the requests for assessments, for full preschool assessments coming in. It's a significant increase that you can see from 2020 to now. With that, then, it increases the likelihood of students who are qualifying for special education and are needing supports and services. So we encountered that last year. And then in December of last year, we were essentially out of space. We no longer had preschool classes available to students, depending on what their profile needs were. And as a result, 89 students went without the implementation of an offer of FAPE for at least part of the school year. All of those families were referred to our ADR program, and the SAPA worked with each of those families to provide them with some level of support. And so we responded to that. We did open up new classes this year, but as you saw in our data, the trend continues to go up. And so with the expansion of TK, even our non-public school partners informed us that they were closing down their preschool programs, and then we still have to provide a preschool program for those students, so we created additional classrooms within the district. So overall, we did create classrooms, but we're going into this now spring, and we're running out of space again. And so what we are working on, and the preschool team is fantastic, and their data indicates that we are likely going to have over 100 students this year who will not have a full offer of FAPE available to them this year, that we are tackling as we go. So every week, the SELPA is doing a number of ADRs with families to try to provide something for them. We're also scrambling to try to open up classrooms as well. But as you can imagine, staffing shortages across the board, early childhood special education teachers are very, very difficult to find. But as we look forward to 24-25, we know that we are looking to plan to open up additional classrooms. Our data indicates that we're feasibly looking at up to 10 more special day classes for students with disabilities in the preschool area. Obviously, that requires us to find space and locations for all of those classrooms, but our data is indicating that we need to plan for that, especially if we want to implement quality programs in which then we can implement those effective strategies. So as we look ahead, we know some of the things that we are going to need. We're going to need to address internal barriers, identify staff, qualified staff, recruit, retain staff. One of the biggest things in preschool is to have a comprehensive professional learning plan. For our preschoolers, school is not compulsory. That doesn't start until the age of 6, so it gives us an opportunity to really build quality programs, really train staff. A number of other school districts negotiate a day, a month, or a day, a week without students in order to provide professional learning to their teachers and staff on effective strategies for early childhood. One of the other things that we're also doing is that the DIT group is working on that level 1, that inclusive education program, and we're partnering with our friends in early learning as well as Sac States to define what does inclusive preschool look like, what does that mean, in order to develop programs that support that need as well. So with that, we're going to transition now to then LRE as Indicator 5. Indicator 5 then is for students with disabilities ages 6 to 22. And this one is split up into 3 different areas. The first one being who are served in general education classrooms for at least 80% of their day. The second for who are served in general education less than 40% of the day. And then the third aspect is in a separate setting altogether with no access to typically developing peers. So we are a district that has been implementing co-teaching for a long time. And it has been a practice, and it has also been given as feedback that we need to kind of revisit it. Not that it's being done wrong, but we have new teachers that come in that may not get co-teaching training. They need that kind of refresher. We may have an opportunity for staff to learn new tricks in co-teaching. So one of the things that we did was we partnered with Supporting Inclusive Practices and have provided 2 cohorts thus far of what we're calling Better Together, creating inclusive learning environments through co-teaching. So going into the end of this month, cohorts 1 and 2 are going to be finishing up day 3. Each day is a half-day training that reviews some practices, reviews what co-teaching is, what it is not, some of the model practices around partnerships, planning, teaching, and assessments. And then the second part of the day, we provide to those co-teaching partners to co-plan and develop their lessons together. We've also provided an opportunity for there to be a bank of hours for them to complete outside of the training days in order for them to really implement this practice. Going into next year, we're also starting up cohort 3 and 4. We've already had schools reach out to let us know that they want to be a part of that. And then we're also looking to work with Supporting Inclusive Practices to revisit cohorts 1 and 2 as a check-in and coaching model so that then it doesn't fall off in the second year because they're not, outside of their classroom in this training, that there's an opportunity for there to be check-ins with our trainer to come in, observe lessons, provide some feedback, some coaching, so that it does continue and it does build greater capacity throughout our system. So one of the things that we did in the training was to talk about what co-teaching is. And so this is an example of kind of the topics that we discussed. We discussed what co-teaching is not. And then we use that as a grounding to have a conversation around what does inclusive education start to look like? And so what we said was imagine a community in which everyone experienced a sense of belonging, connection, and access. And so I am just based off of time, I think I'll skip this piece. So yeah, I think I'll skip that piece. But just, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm sure you will. But what this video shows is a young man who is hard of hearing. And his community decides to essentially teach everyone how to sign for a visit that he's going to take to a restaurant. And so when he leaves his house, he's with his sister and he's going around and everybody's signing. They create situations in which they bump into him and all of that. And he's wondering, why is everyone signing? And at the end, you just find out he starts to break down and cry. And I will share that everyone in the room was bawling at our co-teaching training because it was like, oh my God, something that small had such a profound effect on him that he felt this was his community. He belonged here. And so what we did was use that as an activity to then say, if we were going to create a truly inclusive learning environment, what would students experience? What would they feel? And what would we observe? And our staff presented the following, that we would have learning, we would have access, and they would have a better experience. What they would feel would be supported, confident, and comfortable. And what would we observe would be learning, students interacting, work, and probably more that's going on. So as this went on, what we talked about was the benefits of inclusive education, and that benefit, that LRE piece, has obvious benefits for students with disabilities, but it also has benefits for students without disabilities as well. And so I share both of these examples to address how, yes, these things speak specifically to indicators 5 and 6 on these federal mandates, but they also have significant overlap with our Black Parallel School Board litigation, where we have these specific metrics that we're looking to measure. And what they do is start to look at some of this speaks to our academic focus around high quality instruction. They start to look at a comprehensive professional learning plan. These are things that overlap with the federal mandates so that it is one cohesive plan, as opposed to what sometimes happen in the world of special education is these parceled out silos of plans. What I would share is that this is just an aspect of the work that we're doing within the academic office to bring alignment and cohesion and a common message to our system. And that what I would ask the board was to continue to ask for updates. I will try not to say so often. I will, and that please ask questions, provide feedback, and more importantly is to help us enable the context that we need to make socially significant outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm going to do like I always do, stand here for a minute, refocus. Was there any public comment, sir?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, let us open that up to board discussion. Mr. Kayada, you're first.
Gio, thank you very much for the presentation. Through the CAC, you've given many presentations like this, and I'm glad you're bringing it to the board, and I hope you will continue to do so. Don't be a stranger around here at the dais.
I don't like this.
You know, I'm sitting here in this seat because my son is in the special ed department and because, like many parents with kids experiencing disabilities or needing the support services, needing an IEP, needing a 504, you really don't know where to turn. And as you acknowledged early in the presentation, you know, we have a system that is built around federal compliance, built around state compliance in so many ways. But as a parent and as the student, that leaves you behind because you're not necessarily getting to the real need. You're getting what you need to meet the standards, and the standards are not enough to help these kids. You got to that near the end of your presentation. You're talking about inclusive education. I don't think you talked about universal design for learning, but you're hinting at that type of model, right, where we're redesigning our system in the way that this video that we didn't get to watch has, where it's not about here's your general ed class and here's your special ed class, or here's your pull-out and you get your services over here, but rather it's a system that recognizes it. That doesn't mean that I don't remain very angry every time I think about this, because so many kids, so many families get left behind, at least early in the process. I don't want to put a statistic out there, but I'm going to say probably at least 90% of families who have a kid who's entering into the special ed department in our school district and throughout the country, this is their first time experiencing this. You know, this is not, a lot of these disabilities are not something that the parents have when it goes to their kid. This is something that you don't know about until your kid is born, until they're 2, until they're 3, they're entering preschool. And it's like, hey, why aren't they hitting these milestones? And where is the district to help me? You know, my son was in the district preschool, and what was here in this packet, I was hoping would have been there a couple years ago, because the approach that we had then, and this was not too long ago, was really, you know, we'll hold you off till your next IEP meeting, and in the meantime, you know, we'll socialize you with some kids, and we'll make sure that the parents aren't the problem. And given what I just said, that for a lot of parents this is new to them, it's alienating to have a district that's almost fighting against you and trying to meet their compliance standards when you don't know who to turn to. The district is your support blanket, and they're not offering that support. So the other thing that we have is, again, mentioned in this presentation, we have 2 things happening at once. I think in our district in particular, is there's an over-identification of students, which leads to them not being put in the least restrictive environment, and simultaneously, a lot of students who aren't being adequately assessed for the needs that they have. And if a parent isn't complaining, if a teacher hasn't flagged a student, a lot of times we'll appear to be meeting our compliance standards, but we're not actually meeting that student and what their needs are. And if we don't catch it early, by the time they start getting into the very intensive education models, or when they go from being in one classroom in elementary school, and then they're going from class to class and there's not one teacher who can handhold them, that's when everything starts falling apart. That sounds like a complaint, but it actually is a compliment about this presentation, because I think we're really hitting on the need to identify students' needs early on and meet them where they are, and building a system of universal design for learning where even if we haven't caught that student's needs, we've designed a classroom that's already meeting their needs. And you know, just kind of a point I've made before, but just always want to bring it home, is that having a compliance focus, having a system built around someone complaining, someone suing the district, having every single closed session that we have as a board approve special ed settlements. This is an equity issue because not all of our families have the time, the resources, the knowledge to fight us on this. And it becomes a fight. I don't need to tell you. You're probably going to go gray from all of this sooner than I did as a parent of a student with disabilities. But, just to say a long story short, keep up the good work. I'm going to continue pushing you on this because that's why I'm here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kayada. President Phillips.
Just something that you talked about was a higher number of TK preschool students participating in special day classes. Is that a more recent, is it because now we have them in, obviously we're identifying earlier, but I mean, do we have any understanding like maybe what the trend is as to why our younger students are coming in with more needs for special education services?
It's a great question. I think there are a couple of things that kind of go on here. One is we don't have universal preschool, right? And so then when services for students with disabilities at a young age, at a preschool age, there isn't a sort of a general education equivalent. So you start to look at creating partnerships with like our early learning and care with First Five type programs, and so that becomes your inclusive, your general education program. Anything outside of that is really is just a special day class because there is no general education equivalent. So as we work towards a more universal preschool model, while we work with our partners around a tier one, a level one general education early childhood model, we also have to identify how are we supporting all of those students who are qualifying that do need some sort of specialized academic instruction during the day for them. And the only model we have is to create special day classes. And so that's where that comes in. As our inclusivity and inclusive education starts to expand, then we can start to look at, is that the right model to be more inclusive? But right now, it almost feels like the two ends of the spectrum.
Okay. Because that just, it makes me think that special day class sounds fantastic unless it sounds like you're isolating all of those students in the same space. And obviously, what level of interaction they need with other students receiving regular education, which is what these students are getting too. But, okay, so that kind of makes sense. It's a lot. So do we have any, you may have already said it, like, we're talking about staffing and we're talking about classrooms and like, are there major barriers to us making some of these changes?
Right now, staffing is a significant one. Early childhood special education teachers are very, very difficult to find. I think other than that, like just working right now at this time of the year to try to locate space for preschool classes is difficult because the spaces need to be built for preschool classes. So identifying those spaces, if we can identify those spaces, then can we utilize those spaces for special ed preschool classes? It's kind of like a number of barriers that kind of get in the way. The first one right now, I would say, is yes, staffing for existing places. For anything that's new, it's space. Do we have the space to be able to open up these classrooms because they need to be built for our little ones?
Okay, and Head Start still exists, correct?
Correct, I believe.
But we don't.
There are rules with the states around with the number of students with special education services that can access Head Start and things like that. So I'm not an expert in that area, but I know that there are rules.
Okay, because my experience is Head Start with like SCOE would come in and because we are we're our SELPA. Yeah, we don't have that. So, but there's no way that we're able to reach out across those divides and kind of bring that together, and it's because of some state issues.
We can reach out, but I will share that other SELPAs are also in the very similar position in terms of space as well for preschool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Phillips. Member Phillip.
Thank you, as always, for bringing these very informational presentations to us. We've said this for a long time, and I appreciate Member Kayada bringing that to our attention again. Getting these cases and hearing these stories, or getting emails or phone calls from these family members talking about the gaps in the service that we provide our students is just not acceptable. We know that. And having these numbers where you said almost 100 are not going to have services throughout the rest of the year, that's very hard to hear. So I have two questions. Based on the information that we have in our district, what can you tell me about the other surrounding districts? Are they having the same kind of conversations? Are we able to figure out what's working or what's not working and tap into additional resources to support us?
Yes, I can share that. In speaking to other SELPAs just within our own county, the other SELPAs are having very similar struggles. I'm not sure in terms of which ones have like a waiting list, like a number of students not receiving FAPE. There are just other infrastructures within other districts may allow them to open up classrooms faster. Like for instance, Elk Grove's elementary schools have more accessible playgrounds, so, just because they're sort of newer. So that becomes an aspect of it. In terms of reaching out to the state, it really starts to become, okay, how are you utilizing your state and federal funds? How are you utilizing your local contribution to prioritize what you are seeing as the trend for numbers going up in preschool?
And staffing issues, again, is same with every other district.
Yep. And I will share that, like, we recently certified our sort of our preschool data called DRDP. And when I was on the phone with NAPA, who kind of runs that for the state, they were saying, yeah, you're not the only SELPA who's waiting till the last minute because you don't have enough staffing to complete the actual reports. So I know we're not alone there.
Okay. You did mention something, and I'm a little bit more excited to hear about. Tell me the inclusion training that you said you mentioned.
Yeah, so we've
done
trainings. Yeah, we've done co-teaching that focuses on building those inclusive educational environments. We've also done inclusive education training for our CAC, and now we're also looking to provide that just an inclusive education like overview to staff this spring as well. And then over the summer, as I mentioned, we're gonna start cohort 3 for our co-teaching training to just keep building on that existing practice. And then as time goes on, we'll start to identify what are some of the other inclusive education practices that we want to really kind of take to that level of co-teaching, really kind of be very strategic about that.
I love that. Well, thank you for what you're doing. I know it's hard for all of us to hear the negative, but there is a lot of positive, and I can tell the work that you're doing is slowly checking the boxes to get the services that we need for our students. So I appreciate that. And on your last slide, you did say ask questions and provide feedback. Feel free to reach out to us as well if there's something that we specifically can do to support you. Obviously, appropriate whatever we can do to make sure that if there's a resource that we can help you with to get things moving, we're in. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Villa. Member Jean.
Hi. I've got a lot on my mind with this, and it's looking at from me like that global perspective all the way down to our individual students. And it's hard to know what it is I want to say and what would be helpful to participate in this conversation. I feel like we're caught between this, we have to respond where we currently are at, and in essence are playing defense. But if we're gonna actually get to the other side of this, and provide the education that all of our students deserve, we have to play offense, and we have to be thinking about the systems we want, the systems that are best for kids. And it feels like so often our staff and our practices and our time and our resources are spent in the defense world, not in the creative offense world. And I don't know how we change that. I'm looking, if you want to respond.
If I could just say that what you just shared was the epitome of what our last DIT meeting was. Excellent. Which was when staff were feeling as though we did all of this work, but the struggles that are existing right now, like I shared with them, it literally feels like this thing's falling apart, Gio. And I tried my best to know it's not falling apart. It's slowing down. It's not falling apart. I will not allow this thing to fall apart. But it is that. Like, if we get stuck in the day-to-day negativity and don't have the opportunity to really proactively plan, that's where the enabling context comes in, is that there needs to be some level of commitment that, yep, we're going to take some we're going to take some bruises. There's going to be 100 kids. I will do that work on ADRs, but we still want to plan for a better continuum going forward. I don't want to react to we couldn't get to it because of the ADRs type situation. So.
I want to reemphasize, and we all know this to be true, that our best resources are those who are in the classrooms every day with these students and know them and have relationships with them and their families, whether they are the credentialed teachers, whether they are the paraprofessionals, whether they are the cafeteria workers and the yard monitors that just build amazing relationships with these kiddos. And that we need to somehow create time and resources and avenues and spaces to pull that expertise together to address these issues. I appreciate that in this presentation, and you end with ask for more, so I'm going to ask for more. This presentation feels like it focused on two things and left a lot of gaps. It focused on preschool, which there's an element of how do we work with our students or our parents and our families? How do we start getting an information system out there at an earlier age or earlier time? Here's what you can do to be supporting your kiddo before they're of school age or as they're approaching school age. Like, what does that look like? Because there's not much we can do until they're in our doors, right? At least from a teacher perspective, that's my thought. Like, once they're in my door, that's my job. So what is it we do outside of those to help? And then we talked a lot about co-teaching, which I've co-taught. It's an amazing system, potentially. There's a lot of things that are very necessary to make it successful. My first question is, which content areas do we co-teach in?
It depends on the school. We do a lot in the area of English and math, but we do have some sort of like some U.S. history pieces going on, but it's not like consistent across different schools. This year we're focusing on with Cal Middle is a big participant, CK McClatchy is a big participant, and then Luther Burbank is another big participant.
Yeah, I assumed it was English and math, but I wanted to ask because that's the system, right? Like we test English, we test literacy. That's where the SPED support needs to happen. What are we doing for all of the teachers that aren't co-teaching? How are we getting them the additional supports they need? Because when you're only focusing on the two subject areas and maybe history or science, which are the 4 content areas, but when you talk about elective teachers, they will often get into that territory where isn't even a gen ed class anymore because they've got so many SPED students in there. I don't know if this is true or not, but it feels like there's a lot of information here. It's like what's in my head is MTSS Tier 2. Like Tier 1, general ed, focusing on best first instruction and universal design for learning and how do we help our teachers. And then there's Tier, I would assume 3, where we've got our SPED and our SDC and the really intense things. Where are all those middle resources? What do those look like? So that the teachers in Tier 1 are not feeling like they're just being asked to do more and more and more in more and more intense situations. And then that leads to my next question of what are our identification practices? And how have we considered the reality that the deep increase since COVID, and are we actually considering how much absenteeism is going into the identification for students? Because it's really hard to develop as a student when you're not in class, absenteeism, and it would be easy for me. I'm a junior level teacher as a high school teacher, and the needs my students have today, the gaps in their learning because of COVID are fascinating. They have amazing skill sets that are so far forward in other ways because COVID and technology and various things, and frankly, that's really helpful in the 21st century. But then there are other surprising things that it's like, oh, okay, I've never had to teach that before because usually that is taught. Now I've got to find the resources I need to get those needs. And that's at 11th grade when I can really interact with the kids one-on-one. But when we're talking like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, 9th grade, how are we helping our elementary teachers who are not in the co-teaching model? Like that, there's a huge gap. We didn't talk elementary at all, right? So just letting you know, I'm going to stop there for the sake of time, and I don't want to dump a ton of things. We need to rethink, like, what is our offense game? And I'm so excited that DIT, gotta get the acronym right, is having that conversation and the encouragement of let's keep getting our experts into those rooms as we have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean, Member Phillip, wow, Member Rhodes, my bad.
Member Jean kind of talked about it, but just was wondering, what are we doing to bring in our teachers and staff members to make sure that we're actually getting like some headway in this area. I read the information and saw what was happening, but like I didn't see where you said, how are we engaging with our teachers to bring them in?
So at a preschool level, our teachers make up the majority of our DIT team. They are the teachers of the preschool classrooms, school psychs, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, behavior specialists. They make up the DIT team. I think we have maybe 2 or 3 administrators, but it's a group of like 20 of us. So that on the preschool level, there's that. For the co-teaching side, it is all of the teachers are participating in this training, and the reason we do it as partially as half day is we want their feedback on what it is that you need in order to effectively co-plan and co-construct lessons together. So that's why it wasn't like, hey, we're gonna do a 1 day, you're here from 9 to 3, and you just get everything thrown at you, and good luck. Part of what we went into the creation of this training was information from administrators around like how does co-teaching fit into your master's schedule? Like how are both teachers listed on the transcript? What do they have do the co-teaching partnerships have the same planning periods? Those, like, we went into it knowing that like there are some things we want to see across the board. What we got was it's not consistent across the board. And so that was partially why then we provided that opportunity within the training. What we're following up, we asked every school site to designate an administrator to attend with their co-teachers so that we can follow up with them. And we've followed up with them with subsequent meetings after each training to say, what did you learn? What did you take away? What are some of the things that you see here? And what we're doing now is following up with staff around how is this going to fit into next year's master's schedule? If you're going to commit to doing co-teaching, is there opportunities to have them, the same prep period? Can we provide them this check-in and coaching model that kind of keeps it going, takes it a step further? So that's how we're engaging with staff. For the specific trainings, we're going to do an inclusive education training just as like a one-off to just kind of start this spring. And then that information will help build what it is that we want, how do we want to engage with staff going forward. Very similar to the DIT piece, we're starting something called the C5 Fidelity tool, which is within our ED program over at John Morse. So they actually started on that yesterday and today, which is that staff is a team. And so they're right now going to work on constructing the why of John Morse. What is the why? Then it's what is the values that speak to that why? And then we can talk about the practices that speak to those values that then support that why, so that we do create a clearer program profile for our students with emotional and behavioral disorders. So similarly, like that's how we're tackling kind of each one a little bit at a time, because I do want to try to play offense, and I want to try to play offense in as many places as I can.
Yeah, I think that as we continue to do the work, always keeping in mind the people who are actively like putting in the work in, and as you see, Member Jean spoke eloquently around the needs and gaps. But she spoke from a lens of a teacher. Right. And so as you have teachers in the space to help identify gaps and to problem solve what it really looks like to service youth, I think that I just want to make sure that you and your department are making sure to kind of lead from that lens and bring in the voices so that we can actually see some headway in the issue. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, that was informational items, so thank you so much. All right, so next up we have item 10.1, the addition of early college to the name of Sacramento New Tech High School. It's a long walk from the back.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hi, folks. So many of you know me. I'm Amanda Goldman. I'm our Director of Innovative Schools. With me, I have Principal Martin from New Tech High School. And we're going to talk to you about what is a very small technical matter, but actually really exciting. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, I can go to the next slide, please. There we go. So we see this slide, but what I have put at the top is why what we're talking about in the next 4.5 minutes goes along with our guiding principles. New Tech has an amazing program where they are already making sure that our students have maximum choices post-graduation with their support for them as they attend early college and college courses on campus. And we're just seeking today to do some strengthening of that existing relationship. So if you're not familiar with New Tech, one of our great small campuses of a little under 200 students, many of their students already participate in dual enrollment college classes while they're in high school. They do those both at New Technology and at the college campus. New Tech supports these students by aligning their calendar to their schedule, making sure that their students can visit those campuses, allowing them to get support in enrolling, get support in engaging, get support in all ways of their classes. And just this semester alone, more than 60% of their 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students are taking at least one college course. So not a new concept, but a sort of new term is this term early college. And the state of California, CDE, has defined it as programs that give access to early college to our high school students. It's exactly what it sounds like. But when you add this two words to the name of the school, it opens the door for certain flexibilities in the high school and allows more flexibility and, again, more support and more opportunity for the students at that campus to access community college. I'm not going to go into all the details of all of this. You all are very competent readers, and I know that if you have questions, you'll ask. So the board has a policy on school renaming. Yikes. The highlights of that policy are that we want school names to articulate the aspirations and educational outcomes for our students. We want the facility name to reflect the instructional focus of the school, and we really want the community to be engaged in the process. While adding these two words, early college, to the name of New Tech is frankly a technical matter for CDE to allow these flexibilities, it also really does reflect these goals of highlighting what is already part of the instructional program at New Tech, and what we want for all of our students to have access to these wider range of outcomes and possibilities. The New Tech community, led by Principal Martin, has been deeply engaged in this process over the last 2 years as they've been applying for grants, and they've been really building capacity within their community to understand what the value of this program would be. I'm sure you'll be hearing from some of them in a few minutes, so they can speak to that themselves. So very simply, all we are proposing is that we add those two words, early college, to the existing name of Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. Yep, it's a long one, but it's okay. We'll just go with it. A few other details, if you are curious. New Tech is already a recipient of a $250,000 grant to implement this program, and what that's going to do is allow them to bring some of their part-time staff up to full-time to further support students in their early college going. Again, the technical aspect of why we need to make this change is so that CDE allows some flexibility in the number of minutes that seniors have to be on physical campus. It's what it comes down to. We could talk more about that if you're interested. And I just want to clarify that this change will not reduce any course offerings currently offered by New Tech staff. So this is not supplanting or reducing in any way. And with that beautiful picture of New Tech students visiting the community college this year, we are here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Public comment.
We have several speakers signed up. We begin with Rosario Rosas, followed by William Nalavu, who has 3 cards for a total of 6 minutes.
Put this down. Hi, good evening. I'm Rosario Rosas, pronouns she, her, ella, and my 10th grader started this school year at Sacramento New Technology and has really thrived in areas he has genuine interest in. The school is amazing. It's very inviting, not just to the students, but parents. I know as kids get older, then parents start being less involved, but here I am. I have kids since 2005 at Sacramento City Unified School Districts, 2 graduated from high schools, 1 in kinder, and this is the first time I'm ever at a board meeting. And it's to advocate to please change the name so the kids have more opportunities for higher education. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is William Naivo, and my bad. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Hello, my name is William Naivo, and I am a student at Sac New Tech High School, and I am here to support the proposed name change for our high school. The reason I think we should add early college to our school name because we have a dual enrollment program with Sac City College, which we can earn our AA degree while in high school. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed school board members. My name is Juliana Nalvo, the parent of William Nalvo, a scholar at Sacramento New Technology High School. We fully endorse the proposed name change for the school as it has had a profoundly positive academic impact on my child. We are eager and sincerely hope that our early college proposal will be accepted. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Eusebio Santibáñez Lopez Jr., and right next to me is my mother, Esperanza Lopez, Santibáñez Lopez, and I'm here to say that I agree with the proposal for the name change. Sorry, because we believe that students should have early college throughout their years in high school. I mean, who wouldn't want to have early college? I mean, I would. You know, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Vanessa Kudabak, followed by Eric Downey, and then Wendy Toffeleth.
Hello, Ms. Kudabek.
Hi, good evening, esteemed board trustees and Superintendent Allen. My name is Vanessa Cuddeback. Some of you know me as a Sac City teacher, but I'm also the mom of a New Tech high school student and president of New Tech PTSA. I want to share with you how impressed I am by New Tech. Due to an early college grant, students at New Tech can now obtain their associate's degree while in high school. As a Colombian American, I am proud to say that our school, which is over 65% Latino, that has majority students of color, many immigrant families, many of these students will be the first in their families to obtain a college degree. I am equally impressed by how many student-led and student-empowered activities the school has that keeps the kids engaged and excited about learning. As you all know, they recently received the SACB Award for their climate change project. Just today, my son, who is currently working on his college degree in computer science, came home proud, not just because he has an A right now in physics, but he's building a solar-powered canoe. When I thought he meant a model of a canoe, but no, he meant a life-sized, fully functional solar-powered canoe that he is now building. Only at New Tech does things like this happen. I do have one complaint. Whereas I am blown away by the above and beyond efforts of New Tech students and staff, I am disappointed at the lack of support the school receives in ensuring parents are aware this incredible program exists. It was a miracle I found out about this program through a guidance counselor at Sutter Middle School. And most of you know what a deeply involved stakeholder in this district I am. It shouldn't be that difficult to find out about a program. The district should be shouting from the rooftops that the option of early college exists in Sac City. I have two requests. Please make sure all 8th grade families are informed of their high school options and that New Tech Early College exists, and adopt the new name, New Tech Early College. The staff has earned it, the parents have earned it, and most of all, the students have earned it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Downey, and my son Isaac is a junior at Sacramento New Technology High School. He's an exceptionally bright kid, but he has found he wasn't getting the instruction he needed with a large school base, so we started looking for high schools with a smaller student population. That's when we found New Tech, and ever since Isaac's enrollment, the changes in my son were immediate, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. New Tech's project-based learning, specialized pathways, and real-world applications now combined with early college courses, has opened up a whole new world for my son. Isaac is now focusing on a higher education, discussing different universities, some in other countries, while discovering possible career choices. Of course, none of this would be possible without the dedication and devotion of the staff at New Tech. It's the staff and my son who have inspired me to be more involved. I participated in mock job interviews, DOL panels, and most of the fundraisers. I've also become a mandated reporter, and I'm currently vice president of New Tech's PTSA. Proof that New Tech goes beyond my son's education. It also affects my family and the community around us. Sacramento New Technology High School is a hidden gem in our district, and more students need to be aware that it exists. I truly believe that in addition to our school's name, can not only help future students make a more educated decision, but will also help pave the direction that New Tech is ready to take on. Thank you for your time.
Hi, the last time I was here, when my students earned the award from SACB, I was so emotional I could not speak. And having them there and having them back there is making me emotional again. I have been serving our students and families at New Tech for 9 years. I like to tell people that I bleed purple. The learning experience we offer is like no other I've seen in the district. Our PBL model emphasizes not only the acquisition of knowledge, but also the important life and career skills of collaboration and agency, the ability to self-reflect and self-monitor. We are guiding our youth on how to effectively engage in our community. New Tech has been at the forefront of innovative learning in our district since its inception, and this name change is just another example of how we can adapt to the changing needs of our students, their families, and our community. Working with community partners is an integral part of our PBL model, and one of our long-standing partners is the Los Rios Community College District. The name change highlights that partnership and our school values of offering an innovative, real-world, problem-solving, exciting experience for our students that prepares them for a lifetime of learning. Furthermore, our school district values the social and emotional health of our students. We invest a lot of time and energy in social and emotional learning of our students, their families, and our employees. Studies show that the PBL model that we offer at New Tech is the most effective means for transformative SEL that truly changes lives. I can testify that Sacramento New Technology Early College High School has transformed my life, and our hope and goal is that we can continue to serve our communities for decades to come. Thank you.
Two more speakers on this item, Dr. Anthony Palmer, followed by Gina Kay.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board, fellow parents, educators, and students. My name is Dr. Anthony Palmer, and I stand before you wearing many hats as a proud parent of a student at Sacramento New Technology High School, as a program specialist within our district in the special education department, and as an instructor at California State University, Sacramento in the education department. I chose Sacramento New Technology High School for my son because I firmly believe in the transformative power of project-based learning that the school exemplifies. Under the visionary leadership of Principal Martin and the dedicated team of educators, my son, like many of his peers, has thrived in an environment that fosters not just academic excellence, but real-world skills and critical thinking. Tonight, I'm here to express my unequivocal support for the proposed name change of our beloved school to include early college in its title. It's not merely a change of name, it's a declaration of our school's commitment and ethos. It signals to the wider community the unique opportunity our students have to immerse themselves in college-level coursework while being nurtured in the supportive environment of their high school. This initiative, spearheaded by our principal, Ms. Martin, and Dr. Amanda Goldman, Director of Innovative Schools, is a testament to our school's dedication to innovation and forward thinking. It's crucial for the board and the community to understand the significance of this change. It's not just a new name, it's a beacon that guides more families to an opportunity that blends the best of both worlds, high school and college. My son's experience at New Tech has been nothing short of excellent. The school's ethos, centered around project-based learning, has equipped him with not just knowledge, but the skills to apply this knowledge creatively in real-world situations. The prospect of him and his peers experiencing college while in this supportive environment is an opportunity that excites me greatly. I urge the board to approve the name change to recognize and endorse the progressive vision that New Tech represents. This is a step forward in ensuring our children are not just prepared for the future, but are actively shaping it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for your time. My name is Gina Kay, and I have a son at New Tech as well. And I'd like to express my support for the name change, but also to say a few words about the school. My son was at one of the big high schools and another high school before we found New Tech, which is really right in our neighborhood, and it's just been such a great experience. I've seen my son go from hating school to actually dressing up in a suit to give a presentation, having a lot more self-confidence, and just really appreciating the teachers, the counselor, and Miss Martin. I'm just so grateful that we have the school. They had an internship program over the summer, and he worked in construction for 4 weeks, learning a new trade each week. And he just was feeling like school hasn't been good for me. I don't know if I want to go to school or to college, but to feel that there was maybe a construction internship could be a viable alternative gave him some, self-esteem, I think, like he has some options. And now he's taking two classes at City College, an online class and a music class in the afternoons. And I was just, a college for me was always something he was absolutely going to do. And because he was unsure of it, he has this opportunity now where he's actually enjoying it and thinking maybe he'll reconsider that. So I'm so grateful, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for kids who might not have thought to give college a chance to give it a try when they're still at home and in a safe environment. So I support the name change, and I think New Tech is a great school. And really, honestly, the teachers are fantastic, and the counselor and Miss Martin, they're just amazing. So we're lucky to have them. Thank you.
No more speakers.
All right, board discussion. Member Kayada.
All right, I am excited, so I'm going to try to remind myself to speak slowly. New Tech is really just the best example of a dependent charter school leading the way towards improving educational outcomes and opportunities for our students in the entire district. You don't pick a favorite kid, and I'm not going to pick a favorite school in my trustee area, but I will just say, people talk about experiences that fill your bucket. Every time I go to New Tech, I have just come away with so much joy, so much excitement for what the students are learning and the educational model they're in and the leadership of Principal Martin. I don't go enough. I wish I could go more, but every time I go there, it's just amazing. I've got my water bottle here, and I am looking forward to one with the new name as soon as you roll out the new logo. Amanda was talking about this being a technical change, right? And the name itself, yeah, sure, that's technical. But the work that went into this, I spent a little time looking into what you all had to go through here, and this was a big deal. And this reflects really your commitment to your students, and the parents and the students also are complete. It's the involvement of the entire school community that is so clear when you go to New Tech. It just, it's not, it was said in the room here, but I can't even say it. It's more than that. And I'm just so happy for you all to really be embracing this model, to really help our kids in our district. And, we had a parent speak about, or I don't even know where she went, but, New Tech really turns a lot of kids' lives around, and now they're going to be able to graduate with a college degree. It's just truly amazing. Last thing, I know maybe other people will jump in, but if my board colleagues will indulge us, I would love to take a picture afterwards. I know we're late in the agenda. And then we got to celebrate this, and looking forward to getting your new logo and rolling out the new model to the entire community of Sacramento.
Thank you, Member Kayada. If we vote yes, I'm sure we can take a picture. Member Segura.
Lately, I've been noticing a lot of conversation around dual enrollment from the youth perspective, many different aspects of it. I'm sure Kayada as well has noticed with JFK, students have been discussing this. SAC, Student Advisory Council, we've been discussing this as well to open up dual enrollment and create more opportunities for students within the school district and opening that to the students and enlarging those policies. So seeing what you guys are doing here and what you're pushing for to open these opportunities up, like I've said, to your students and creating that environment where they feel comfortable and have their voices heard in that space. I think that it really is paving this pathway to creating more and more opportunities and giving us as students these different aspects that we have been searching for and that we've been pushing for throughout the district. So that's really awesome to see you guys doing that.
Thank you, Member Segura. Member Villa.
Okay, I will keep my comments short because you guys both said a lot of the things that I wanted to say, so I will, in sake of time. I just wanted to say thank you to both of you, the families, everybody who came, students, because hearing from you, your own personal experiences, and sometimes we don't get to hear what's going on in the schools, but from hearing it from you is a really nice addition to this presentation. And I just want to go back to our guiding principle, having our students graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. This is who we are as a district, so I'm very excited. Thank you for putting in the time to do this work and get us to this point. I'm looking forward to voting tonight.
Thank you, Member Villa. President Phillips.
Okay, I'm going to express some frustration because what I'm hearing is New Tech is a gem and that you all found it and that somehow it's been hiding. And my frustration, and I'm just being a little transparent here, is I spent many years trying to find a place for my kid. And it wasn't until I became a board member that I realized that this existed. And, you know, someday I'm going to get him out of my garage. He's 22, and I don't know when he's going to get his life together, but I know it's coming. But the project based, like everything that you guys are doing is what I know my kid needed. And the amount of education that we can provide to every parent who has a child in our district, every parent who has a child who lives in our district, and but I understand this is a charter school and that there's a little calendar switch thing that makes this possible that we don't have here in many of our schools. My son went to West Campus and it was nothing but a struggle for the kids to try and figure out how to get their junior college classes and still be in school. So my thought and push is that because this is such a bomb program, we're going to tell everyone about it, and you guys are going to blow up. And what I don't want is anything that's going to impact the closeness and community that you guys have. And I truly just want to put that out into the ether. If there is a calendar issue that is making it difficult for our children to be in our schools and taking classes that are very important for their lives, even to test out new things, we really have to make sure that whatever we got to do, be it some negotiation or some inner talking or whatever, we got to make this work for all of our kids. This isn't fair. This is fantastic, but this isn't fair. So, even if we're going to push it and we're going to make it a big deal, I don't want to hurt you guys either, which means we need to make that change to make our calendars fit so our kids can do what they need to do. So I'm all for this New Tech early college, because if that set of words was in here when I was trying to get my kid into high school, I would have been here in purple too. So I'm not saying anything bad about West Campus because it was an adventure, but I truly understand there are things we need to look at, and this is a change that needs to happen that's going to affect all of our students positively like this has.
Trustee Phillips, if I might offer two things that maybe help a little bit, maybe not, but maybe. One is that as their authorizer, you all would have, if they were to grow beyond this small school, that would actually be your decision. So we hope this will grow the program, but not explode the program, because that's not as their program is authorized right now. So maybe that helps a little. Our other piece that we really hope in this grant is the way that Principal Martin has chosen to use a lot of these funds are to support students, but also to increase the capacity of her campus for her to be out there supporting others and implementing this work. And that's the goal. So hopefully we'll get there.
So it's each one, teach one. I'm with you.
All right, thank you, President Phillips. Board Member Chinua Anduele Badru Maurice Rhodes.
Good, that's good, man. He's literally said my whole name. I just want to know one question. You know, obviously, we have a lot of love for New Tech. You guys have been able to impact not only students, but it also the Sacramento community and how you guys have partnered with 916 Day and partnered with City. Like, it's been beautiful to see what you guys have done. But my big question is, how can I already got a cup. How can I get a hoodie? That's all I want to know. You guys are all in here, Sacramento Kings colors, the whole nine. I just personally would like a hoodie.
Got you. We got you.
Okay. That's all I need to ask for. Thank you.
That's all right. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll just add that I really do appreciate the mascot and the ease transition of NBA teams into. I think it's a great idea in general. If we want to fix some mascot issues in this district, we just copy the NBA. But let's move on to
Go
see if,
Kings.
let's see if anyone has a motion. All right, let's go ahead and do student preferential vote.
Absolutely, yes. Oh, that's the wrong button. Absolutely, yes, yeah.
All
Member
right.
Jean.
Yes.
Member Kayada.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Pritchett.
Yes.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Yes.
So moved.
Oh, yes, it passes. And thanks to Member Kayada, we're going to take a photo. Okay. Oh, they don't want to stay for the rest? Okay, I'm just kidding. 11, I'm just kidding. 11.1, oh no, 10.2. 10.2, public hearing for resolution number 3375, SMUD. I'll just leave it at that.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen and board members. My name is Ben Wangberg. I'm the Facilities Planning Manager here tonight for public item number 10.2. In accordance with Ed Code Article 15, we are required to allow the public the opportunity to comment anytime the district intends to grant an easement or dedicate real property to another public entity. In this case, we are talking about a utility easement for the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, SMUD, located at 6601 Steiner Drive. This easement is in order to provide SMUD the ability to install and maintain electrical power to the newly reconstructed Nicholas Elementary once it is complete. At this time, we would like to hold that public hearing and receive any public comments. This is not a board action item. The resolution will be voted on tonight during the consent agenda. I would recommend that President Phillips or Member Singh, in this case, open the public hearing. Thank you.
Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is that it? All right, is there any board discussion on this? Oh, there's nothing? Oh, I didn't flip the page, my bad. But I did ask for board discussion. Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna do it on consent. Yeah. I know I got a paper that said it. All right, moving on to item 11.1, 2023-2024 LCAP mid-year review with Dr. Eldridge. Hello, Dr. Eldridge.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. Tonight, we are here to present the mid-year update of our current Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as the LCAP, for which the 2023-24 school year is the third in a three-year cycle. Now on this slide, and on several slides following, we included information that provide important context around the LCAP, including a description of what is the essence of the LCAP, the fact that the LCAP cycle runs 3 years, the new cycle beginning in the 2024-25 school year, and the fact that the district must annually within each cycle review the progress toward achieving the stated goals included in the plan. What is new about the LCAP this year is that school districts must now conduct a mid-year review of available outcome in the LCAP and all available mid-year expenditure data. The detailed student outcome information is included in your board packet, as well as the information in this presentation and financial information in the appendix, and all of that makes up this mid-year review or update. Now, in our current LCAP, you'll notice that we have 11 goals addressing all 8 state priorities. And if this slide seems a little bit overwhelming, that is because it is. Part of the reason this slide and our current LCAP is somewhat difficult to grasp is that we have 19 different variables that our public and our communities are needing to contend with. That is, there are 11 district goals and 8 state priorities. Now, all of the 8 state priorities need to be addressed somewhere within the district goals, but here in our current LCAP, again, the 11 goals kind of exacerbates that situation. Now, in the spirit of making the information in our LCAP more accessible to our partners, to all of our community, we are looking to really make this more concise near or as we begin our new process. And we're continuing to work with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, or PAC, to develop goals that more clearly speak to the specific needs of our students and families in a way that integrates the actionable recognition of those student groups with the most significant levels of unmet need. And I like the way our PAC has really coined that, the highest significant levels, or the highest levels of unmet need. And this ongoing work it is like I said, it's in consultation with our LCAP, PAC, and our other educational partners. And it's going to result in more clearly stated goals that comply with the state's new guidance and makes the LCAP more accessible to our community. Now, you've heard through various of our PAC member report outs about the state's new goal types, that going forward, that all of our goals will have to be SMART goals or focus goals or broad goals or maintenance of program or maintenance of progress. Again, as we move forward, you'll see more concise goals, but for now, that is not the case. Now, in our current LCAP, and that's when we're going to start into the nitty gritty here somewhat, but I'm not going to try and go too deep in the weeds on you. It is important to let you know in our current LCAP, there are a total of 82 metrics. Let that sink in. There are 82 metrics in our LCAP. And when I first took over this position, I knew that that number is actually low. When you look at all the various data points, it's like 500 and something data points in our LCAP. As of this mid-year update, 45 of those data points are available, and the details, including the available disaggregation by student groups. 18 of the remaining data points are not available yet. And by yet, we mean that the data is still being collected. A good example of that is our school climate survey, our spring school climate survey that is provided to students, to parents, guardians, and our staff. That actually opens up later this month. So that data, for example, would not be included in the LCAP update. 19 of the metrics, which were initially contemplated at the beginning, remember, this is the last of a 3-year cycle, so 19 of the metrics we contemplated collecting at the beginning of the 2021-22 school year. They are not available or obsolete. A good example of that, we've had changes in several assessment systems since then, and so we had an assessment data point that was included in 2021-22 that's not available today. So that data point, for example, is obsolete. Now, in our LCAP, we have 82 metrics, and we have 95 actions in our LCAP. 95 actions in our current LCAP. Of those 95 actions, 79 have some level of funding attached to those. At this point in the school year, 2 of those actions have been completed. 56 are in progress, which makes sense. We're in the middle of the year. 56 are in progress, and 21 have not yet started. A good example, you say, what might not yet start? Well, one of those actions, for example, is funding and helping reduce the cost for students taking the AP test. Well, that doesn't occur until the spring, and so we have some costs that have not yet begun or actually begun. Now I'm going to try and run through these slides very quickly here. I'm looking at the clock as I'm talking. I want to give you a quick overview of the goals. So in goal 1, for example, we have 13 actions in goal 1. And goal 1 was written to include about $19.7 million allocated across various departments, our academic, career counseling, technical education, credit recovery, various initiatives to help students graduate and become college and career ready. Note that as part of this overview, we're taking the opportunity, as you look at your slide, to provide you some highlights, some positive, some not so positive, of data that we know so far. Goal 2 was written to include 24 actions, of which $130 million approximately was allocated across various initiatives found in our academic office, counseling and guidance, multilingual education, special education, student supports, and youth development services. Programs to provide every student with standards-aligned instruction and rigorous learning experiences inside and outside the classroom. Note that about 21 out of 24 actions were completed so far. Now, as I get to goal number 3, I want to just pause here for a sec. You're going to see in the slide deck, you'll see a separate slide for goal 3, for goal 4, and goal 5. Now, for the purpose of this presentation, we did so. However, we are planning, in very high likelihood going forward, that these goals and related actions will be consolidated into a single goal, because said actions under all these goals are highly connected. And as the LCAP is currently constructed, for example, integrated supports are isolated or accounted for in goal number 3. When you look at goal number 4, you'll find that that is where we have isolated or accounted for the actions related to culture and climate. And then goal number 5, you will see that is where we have separated or accounted for parent engagement and empowerment. And you might think, wasn't that related to integrated supports, and might that not be related to culture and climate? And the answer is yes. So going forward and in consultation with our educational partners, it is likely that these areas will be presented in a more cohesive manner as part of our framework. Now for goal number 6, in our current LCAP, goal 6 was written to include 4 actions for which about $1 million was allocated to facilitate the continued implementation of the district's multi-tiered systems of support, otherwise known as the MTSS framework, based on data-based decision-making. In collaboration with our PAC, the district is currently reevaluating its process for implementing MTSS as part of a larger review and integration of this work with other goals within the LCAP. Similarly, we are also reevaluating our implementation and our update of the graduate profile. Again, rather than having a standalone goal for that, understanding that it will be highly impacting our graduation and work around college and career indicator, we'll be looking to also integrate the work around the graduate profile into our goals throughout the LCAP. The actions included in Goal 8, I almost feel like I need to just give Goal 8 a little bit of love here. The action included in Goal 8 of our current plan are a staple of every LCAP as the funding of the basic services, what I like to call the triple S's of schools, staff, and supplies, are an integral part of the education and improvement plan for any district. These are the basic services upon which provide the foundation for all actions in the plan. And the unsung hero in this area are our facilities, business services, human resources, library services team, and the academic office, curriculum, and instruction team. And so basic services is something that we have to have if we're going to have the other improvements as well. In Goal 9, as we near the end of this update, this is a good time to remind our community that the new LCAP that you have been receiving various updates about through our PAC report outs to the board will be much more focused on the unmet needs of underserved communities throughout, I need to stress, throughout the entire plan. And overall, all student outcome goals as dictated by the plan template itself. Based on the new template, districts must account an action plan for the needs of every student group demonstrating significantly low outcomes, as indicated on the California School Dashboard, including students with disabilities, homeless youth, and foster youth throughout the plan. I want to stress that, throughout the entire plan. As such, in consultation with our PAC and educational partners, the actions previously segregated in Goal 9 for students with disabilities will be integrated throughout the new plan under development. Similarly, the actions previously segregated in Goal 10 for homeless youth will be integrated throughout the new plan under development. And likewise, the actions previously segregated in Goal 11 for foster youth will be integrated throughout the new plan under development. We are thankful for the ongoing enthusiastic engagement of our PAC and joint engagement with our community advisory groups such as the Black African American Advisory Board, Community Advisory Committee, and District English Learner Committee. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our business office, our expert leadership of our CBO, Janae Marking, Assistant Superintendent Jesse Castillo, and my direct boss, Interim Deputy Superintendent Mary Hart-Young. If you have any questions, we are here available, and I beat the time.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Terrence Gladney.
I can stand with you.
We'll see each other in a couple weeks anyway. Oh, you want your phone?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Just really quickly, looking at, I think it was the current Goal 8, I think it really uplifts the conversation that we had at our Don't worry about it. I was doing the same thing back there too. Plus, you're a student. I'm sure you had a long day. A conversation that we had about state metrics versus our internal realities and metrics. So goal 8 says that basic services and basic needs are being met. But the conversation we just had with homeless students and our foster students says that here in our district, we need to apply a different set of standards in the same way I come before you and say that our standards for Black and African American students need to be higher than whatever's on paper. We need to really address the needs and the priorities of our students as they exist within this district. And that really was the intent of LCFF when it was incepted in 2015, 2014, was those students somehow, when we're focused on all students, we forgot that all students are not at the level and we don't operate within a vacuum. So our hope is that as we move forward, we uplift those students by name in the same way we just said, by name, New Tech needs to be recognized as an early college institution because we want the name to meet our intentions. We have to do the same thing in the LCAP. And if we look at the appendixes, there are so many areas that the spending right now is not proportional to where we are in the academic year. You guys should be getting this report every board meeting. We should be getting it every LCAP PAC meeting so that we can do the monitoring, whether it's BAAB, which is our charter to monitor. You guys' charter is also to monitor. So you guys should be getting this report every month to say, hey, we're in month 1 of 10. Are we 10% of the way along in terms of our investment in our students? Now, obviously, there's going to be some outlying examples where testing and so forth won't happen to the end of the year, but at least you guys can have a snapshot so that we can collectively monitor. So that would be the hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Board discussion. Let's move to Member Jean.
Thank you so much for the presentation, all the info. And I really appreciate how you're kind of balancing between what we've been doing and the really rich work and engagement you're working with our team to move us forward towards what the state's going to be requiring. I'm really looking forward to having fewer goals that we can really hone in on. And I really appreciate the approach of it's looking at that every single one of these goals should be for every single student. So we then monitor how the goals are impacting various students in the metrics themselves. And you know, basically saying SPED students or gen ed students first. So we need to make sure they're in that space and then we monitor from there. As an example. The one thing I wanted to kind of draw the board's attention to, something I've been processing quite a bit in the last couple of months. We spent a day in January looking at the same data that the LCAP committee is looking at. I've attended 2 meetings. It's literally the same handouts, same information. And the goals we were attempting to write, the conversations we were attempting to have are the exact same conversations and goal type systems that the LCAP committee is doing. And one of the things I'm noticing, the more rooms I'm able to get into, is seeing incredibly hardworking, dedicated, passionate, a lot of volunteers, a lot of amazing staff having conversations. And the question I start having is, how do we get away from this siloed approach and actually all be like rowing together in the same direction? And that I don't think we as a board need to do that goal setting work separately, because I think the LCAP and the goals that you're setting are really in the same space that we're having those conversations too. So I wanted to, kind of let my board colleagues know that. I don't know that that makes sense to everybody, and I'll just stop there for now and we can continue the conversation as we move forward. But thanks for all your hard work, and I'm really looking forward to the unrolling of the next 3-year cycle of LCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean. Member Kayada.
Yeah, thank you, Member Jean, for that kind of insight behind the curtain on some of the board conversations we've had around this. In years past, the LCAP PAC has been working tirelessly, and often as someone who's been watching, from the audience on the other side of the dais, it seems like what they're tracking and also their recommended actions, it's kind of like, okay, great, we got that. We're tracking it, now let's move on. This board is not taking that approach. We're taking the approach that we are relying on you all to help us improve the district, and we are really paying attention. Ultimately, I think, for myself, it is hard to get all 7 of us in a room together to do the detailed work, and that's why we need a robust LCAP PAC. And that's why I'm so glad for this work that we have. Terrence has mentioned with the BAAB, we've got our Fs, right? We have so much work to do in this area too. This report tells us, we're making improvements, but we're coming from a place where it's not great, right? And we know that. So, yes, as many updates as you can give me in this area, that's great, because we don't have time to do the detailed work ourselves, but I care at least about the details and making sure we're addressing these needs. As someone who was involved in the LCAP as much as I could be from when I guess I still am, but when I was more involved in the CAC than I am now, really appreciate integrating special ed, integrating homeless youth, integrating foster youth, not as just this category of there by themselves, but as students who have these other needs as well. That's something we talked about a couple of years ago, and I'm glad to see that that's the plan now. Also really excited about the changes that are coming to the LPAC or to the report, I guess, at least. It is a overwhelming document, and it's hard to get through, and to read, 90 pages or so, to read that with every little update and look for the little highlighted change, that in itself is work. And how can we deliver on this to our community if they don't have the time to read that? I barely have time to read that. Two final things. First of all, Dr. Eldridge, really loving you in this position. I'm so glad you're here doing this. You had really big shoes to fill with Stephen Ramirez-Fong, but I'm just hearing amazing things, and the time we've talked, just really appreciate your work. I can tell your passion here.
Oh, we've got a great leadership team, district-wide and PAC-wide, so it's a pleasure to do it.
And then my final thing is I unfortunately had a resignation of one of my LCAP PAC members, so I'm working with her to try to fill that vacancy. But if anyone would like to step into this role after I just said how much work it is, I want to get that spot filled. All right, thank you.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Member Kayada. President Phillips.
I appreciate any report that is written in a language that is simple for me to understand. And I'm really looking forward to this being squished into fewer goals. I'm using simple words because I'm really tired, but Member Jean, you're saying that remember, we're talking about work that we're trying to do where we're considering goal setting, but we can't because we don't have that knowledge base to be able to do that. And leaning on the folks who have that information, those who are expert in, and those who are dug in LCAP and BAAB giving us our grades. These are the people that know how to call for what we need. And in reality, because we are the voices of our community, we are speaking from a layperson's point of view. And so that's the difficulty in trying to figure out what are we doing, what kind of numbers, how do we, because we can't, because it's not our specialty. So like Member Kayada said, we are leaning toward trust in the expertise, trust in the people who know what they're doing to be able to support us as we support our communities. So I'm excited, but I'm going to say it again. If I can understand it, then I'm happy. That means that the other folks around the block from me and down the street are going to understand what we're talking about. And sometimes less is more. And I see that there's a whole lot more in the less that we're working to. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, President Phillips. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think you stay here.
Yeah, I guess I'm staying here. I'm staying.
All right, I'm back. I get to be up here with Dr. Eldridge, which is always a privilege. I get to present to you in the way that Dr. Eldridge just presented the district's LCAP, mid-year LCAP. I get to share with you the dependent charter mid-year LCAPs. There it is, thank you. So we start with the slide. Again, I try to ground what we're doing in this moment in this principle. We know that the LCAP is the way that we try to hold LEAs accountable to reflect their beliefs in their budgeting and their planning. And as such, that's something that our dependent charters, who are all independent LEAs, have to do as well. Dr. Eldridge talked about the timeline of where we're at in the LCAP cycle. I just wanted to highlight, this is the last time you're going to see this this round of this LCAP, and when you see the next thing, it should look completely different. I think I speak for all 6 dependent charter principals that they've learned a lot in this cycle, and they're really excited to bring better plans in the next cycle. I wanted to take this moment to make sure we all kind of understand why I'm up here talking about this to this group in general. So we use the term in this district dependent charter school. In the broader educational community, the term is locally funded, is what you'll hear more frequently. And I just want to clarify sort of what that means and why you have to hear about these other LCAPs. Direct funded charter schools, or the ones that we refer to as independent, they're direct funded. The money goes directly to them. You as the board don't oversee their use of public funds. But in the case of our dependent charter schools and our district schools, the money comes through the district. So you as the board are the oversight for those public funds. And I apologize if you know this, but it's just good helpful information for all of us. In the case of our traditional schools, Dr. Eldredge presents to you a district LCAP that is accountable for district-wide allocations and decisions. In the case of our dependent schools, there's sort of this back and forth relationship between their local governance, their local steering committees, and you all as the ultimate authorizing and ultimately approving board. So we kind of go back and forth. When I bring LCAP items to you or budget items to you, those have already been seen by their local steering committees, and they've already been approved by their local steering committees, and so they're sort of going to you for that next level of approval. And that's what this slide indicates. So in your board packet, you have each of the 5 schools' mid-year LCAP reports. You have agendas from when those went to their local steering committees. As Dr. Eldredge shared, the California Department of Education requires that we share this mid-year update with the governing bodies by February 28th, so we are doing that. And what you should expect is by June, we'll bring you the new LCAP, again, once it's been seen by the local steering committee, and then bring it to you for final approval. To that end, my ask is this is sort of a new way of bringing information, and if you have feedback for me on how you'd like to see it, I would love to hear it. But with that, if you have any questions on behalf of any of the schools up here, I would be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Terrence Gladney.
Really quickly, one of the things that I noted with this, actually in Gio's previous presentation, he entitled it Beyond Compliance and Into the Classroom. This is an example of that. Because the dependent charters are required to have steering committees review their plans, which are the equivalent of our school site SIPSAs, we know that they're a little bit more combed over with a fine-tooth comb, right? They're assessed a lot deeper probably than a lot of our SIPSAs. But just because our school sites that are within our direct purview of the board aren't required to do it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be pushing them to do it in the same manner, because it's still about the outcomes of our students. And a lot of times things that happen here and here don't make it all the way down to the school site with the full fidelity or intent that you guys intended or that we as community members understand it to be. And we see firsthand that there's a disconnect either between the intent or the capability in terms of resources and capacity at the school site, so that when it happens up here in a bubble and in a vacuum, everything is great, we high five, we take pictures, but you go out there to a school site and it looks nothing like what you guys approved. So somehow we have to impact the system and refine the system so that at each level it stays truer to what this conversation is. And that will be the goal. And you guys know Frank DeYoung, he and I have this conversation all the time about, how local is local in our district. A lot of times decisions are made here, but the funding stays here, and then school sites have to be accountable, whether that's teachers in the classroom, students, families, and the resources are primarily at the district, and then the school sites have to somehow figure out how to make it happen. So holistically as a system, we just have to be a little bit better connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Board discussion? Okay, I will call on myself and make a comment. I actually appreciate the commentary that Terrence just provided. I think there is opportunity for us as a board to work at a deeper level with our charter schools. I think it's true when we do see issues that does fall on us. So to some level, we need to figure out how to close that gap. And so I just look forward to figuring out what ideas you all have around closing that gap and making sure that if the responsibility is going to fall on us on the overall outcomes of the school, then we need to have a little bit more say in how we're achieving those outcomes for those particular schools. So, oh, look, President Phillips, go ahead.
So just a question on, kind of like what Mr. Gladney was saying, is that maybe school site councils would kind of operate in that, in this realm. So we know it exists. We know it exists, but we either don't utilize it appropriately or we can't get folks to do it. So, I mean, if that could be our solution, like how are we gonna, how do you, I mean, you can't enforce it. I'm saying again, I sat on a site council, but it was at my son's charter school. And that was so very important that we as parents came in and said, this is what we're gonna do with the money here at our school. And many of the schools that might be at the bottom collecting dust because no one's actually gotten anything happening are the ones where the parents aren't available or there already are underserved schools. So I don't know how that would work to find some kind of way to push for education of our public to understand that school site council is where you have the most power, as opposed to coming to the board meeting and telling us in our silo and our happy bubble. So, I mean, I can remember sitting at that table going, we got this much money for what? And we can do this? Like sitting there with the principal and like talking about that. So, I mean, if that's something that can support our SIPSAs, because that's another acronym, if that's something that can really support uplifting, then, we as a wonderful group of 7+1 need to find a way to make this well-known, that your power does not lie in coming to the school board. It lies in going to your school and being a member of your school's site council.
Thank you, President Phillips. Member Jean.
I'm looking at one of the pages in here. Sorry, there isn't a number. You mentioned the local steering committee, and I know that for the dependent charters, those are really important. And I think, can you explain a little bit more about that for us?
Yeah, and I'll actually tie it into what President Phillips was speaking about. So, in the way that for a local education agency like the district, there's an elected board, a charter school has to have a local governing board made up of its community. In the case of our dependent schools, these exist in various formations. That's an area we are working to improve. But ultimately, they look very similar to a school site council. They're made up of some component of a small number of staff, a small number of parents, a member or two of the community. They meet regularly. They are not beholden to the exact Brown Act items that you all are, but similar things. And so their meetings are public and posted and all of those bells and whistles. The principal, sometimes with my support as we're building capacity, presents these same updates the same way that you hear them, and they make decisions. Now, it is not quite as straightforward when it comes to this dependent relationship because, frankly, that relationship doesn't exist in a lot of places anymore, and we are unique in still trying to figure out what it looks like. What those steering committee governance groups have asked is that in the coming year we do some governance workshops with them, and so that's something that we're looking to do, which could then be expanded and others could come to them, sort of, because that piece of it has to be accessible in order for us to be accountable. It has to be transparent, but to be transparent, we need, a decent level of understanding. And so how do we build that capacity for volunteer positions is tricky. But I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's sort of the work we're engaged in.
That was exactly my question. Thank you.
Oh, we're out of time. We gotta go. Okay, but we are done. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.3, Dr. McCarn, resolution number 3383.
Hi, hi. I was saying, just so it can be heard, I love my team, even when we were talking about hard, difficult things. I appreciate them. Good evening, Concy McCarn. Joining me is Jake Hansen. He is one of our personnel specialists, and we're going to talk with you about two resolutions. The first one is resolution to eliminate certificated employees due to reduction of a particular kind of service. And a few things to talk through with what all of that means. As the district goes through a budget development process, which will share that timeline, it is to help identify current needs in the system. We have a number of competing factors that are examined in looking at what all of that entails, including allocations, staffing allocations, programmatic changes, and ultimately getting to the resolution. So part of that process is that there are enrollment projections taken early on in the year, used in part to help generate staffing allocations. Some of this might change for next year, but what was used this year, with those projected staffing allocations and information, we know that things potentially change over time. We know that there's the governor's January proposed budget that comes. We know that there are assumptions that go into that for the upcoming year, the 24-25 school year, and ultimately there's a May revise, right? That comes into play. And so say that to say it is a process, right? Not one point in time. So in that process, there's a cross-departmental team and work that takes place to look at allocations, to look at trends, to look at grants, to look at needs of the programs and the sites. And that BDP, as we call it, team meets year-round. So not just right now when it's time to make some decisions based on what happened during the very specific meeting with sites and departments, but all year long. Because what we've realized is that it is a process, not something that happens just one time, and that things change. So to be able to quickly change, as quickly as we can, having those regular connections and making decisions as we go has helped the overall system. So in December, sites and departments receive their staffing allocation. They take those staffing allocations, they go back to their sites, they examine data, they look at a variety of things, and then they come back in January. And this year it started earlier, a little bit earlier for some in December. And they sit with with HR and with budget and with their supervisors, and they go through their positions and make decisions. And based on what comes out of that meeting, we then, in February, analyze that data system-wide. So if one site is making a change and reducing in a particular area, we look at that district-wide to see what we might need to do in terms of staffing for the upcoming year. That's confirmed with Cabinet. We come to you as we are in February and say, there are some things that we need to do. There are some positions that have been identified through that BDP process, that budget development process, that need to close, as identified right now. Now, it's a little hard to see, but on the rest of the PowerPoint for March, April, and May, there are X's. Because normally what happens is I would be coming in February and saying, these are positions that need to close, and there are people impacted in those positions who get preliminary layoff notices. And then a hearing in April, and then final layoff notices when we come back in May. Those are crossed off because we are not noticing certificated staff through this reduction. What it is doing is closing positions. We also heard through a variety of audits that our position control needed a little tightening up. That we had positions in our system identified as vacant that we weren't really trying to close. That we weren't really trying to fill. So if a position is identified as not being needed next year, I don't know who put only that short a time, but if our position is closed, this is the process to take it off the books so it doesn't come up as an unfilled vacancy. So what you have in the resolution in Exhibit A identifies first a list of positions, again, through that process with sites and departments of classifications system-wide that need to be reduced. So you see the position, you see the number of FTE, and those first 48.5 are all vacant. So they are vacant positions that we are closing and taking off the books. The second set of what you see are positions that have people in them right now. So when it says that there is a counselor position closing, actually 2.9, there are individuals in there. What we have done, you see asterisks next to every single classification. That means that even though that position is closing, we know we have vacancies, we know we have needs, we know we will have upcoming needs, we are going to retain the person. They're just going to be likely in a different location than they are now. The other thing you see on the exhibit is certificated management, and it's broken up the same way. Positions that are closing that are vacant, 2.0, and you see 4 positions closing under that in terms of administrators in there. So while the total of 130.4 FTE is what was identified going through that process to close, not needing to fill, not needing to move forward in the next year, we are closing the positions. We are not noticing the people. So we're actually not asking for approval for any layoff notices for individuals on this certificated list. This is the closing of positions. Now, I will note that some management might receive a release and reassignment, just as some certificated might not be in the same position they are. They might be at a different school based on need. We also know and monitor closely enrollment during the summer, determining where things need to shift and be added back. This is what we know right now. This is how we are working to try to keep the position control accurate. So you might ask, okay, you're closing these positions as a system. You're keeping the people, what are you going to do with the people? We engage in a surplus process. So part of our collective bargaining agreement notes that once the district identifies all the known vacancies it has at the time, anybody who is identified as surplus has an opportunity to come in, and this year we have a surplus fair that we've agreed to in our most recent contract that you will be seeing next month, where they will come in, have an opportunity to look at what is vacant, we have vacancies, and select from one of those for the next year. All of this is for the next school year. Nothing happens tomorrow, nothing happens next month. This is for positions for next school year that they would be going into. So we recommend approving this resolution to close the positions to keep the system accurate in terms of position control. Just again, a reminder that no, and of course, I should have said, we have attrition, we have current vacancies, we have places to put people. So in closing a position, we want to retain the person. We have been trying to meet, we have met and communicated the needs. We want to continue to work not only with labor partners, but also with schools and departments, and obviously budget and everything else involved to closely monitor so we can be ready for what next year holds. This information, based on what came out of the budget development process, though, are the positions that were identified for closure. So I'm happy to answer questions we're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kansi. Any public comment?
No public comment.
All right. Any board comment? Member Jean.
Just wanted to say thank you for working so hard to make that so clear. I really appreciated not only the multiple slides and the explanations, but the visuals and the words and all of it. So I think you've made it very clear that we're in the middle of just a unique process that education just requires because of deadlines and timelines and budget and dates. And I'm also just very, very thrilled that we are not looking at losing anybody or having to make tough decisions like that. So thank you for that.
All right. Seeing no other comments, do we have a motion? Second. All right, student preferential vote, and then we'll do roll call.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips? Aye. Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And then moving on to item 11.4, Resolution 3384.
Thank you. So some of the information you will hear is similar as we look at notice of layoff for classified employees, a reduction in force due to lack of funds or lack of work, and some of it is different. So while process-wise, it is the same. When these budget development process meetings are taking place, when all of these timelines and information is being taken into account, and those meetings happen at the school sites, and then they come back to the central office where the HR and budget and the sites, departments are all meeting. All of that is the same process that I just explained. So they're looking at classified, they're looking at certificated, they're looking at management, looking at positions as they go through that, as are we, as we are engaged in what are weekly budget development process meetings in this cross-departmental team. Some differences, though. Here, with our classified layoff, some of you may remember at some point we had a 60-day notification for our classified employees, and a couple of years ago with the passage of AB 438, we now have the exact same timeline as we do for certificated. So they classified individuals also get that preliminary notice, March 15th, have the right to a hearing, usually takes place in April, and then we would be coming back in May for final layoff notices. So what we bring to you in February is like the universe, the absolute most that we could do in terms of reductions. And we work to do a number of things, analyze those who have seniority and bumping rights, looking at employees who might be on our 39-month rehire list right now. All of those things take into account. And because we have some notices with classified that at this point we will need to issue, those last three boxes are not crossed off. So in March, let me talk about what happens between February and March. So will work with and have already had an initial meeting this week with labor partners to share, here's the totality, right? This is what has come out of the budget development process. And if you look at your exhibit, you will see that the first 2 and almost a half pages are positions that are being closed that are vacant. Right, so of course that's where you look first. If there's going to need to be some changes, you look at your vacant positions first. And with that, you can see that 89, almost 90 FTE of positions that are going to be closed are vacant. Next section, you can see that there is one position identified by a department that is closing. You also then can see the next sections of sites, listing the site, the title, the position, and related to use of one-time funds. So the thing that plays in here with, let's just start looking on that third page in the middle, where it is talking about specific classifications and positions, you see that there are asterisks on the left-hand side in that column, right? So we have, in the analysis, taken the information from the meetings and said, okay, this is what's being reduced across the system. But we also know that we have vacancies. We also know that we have hard-to-fill positions in some of these. And so where you see the asterisks, we do not intend to issue a layoff notice on that left-hand side, right? Because we still have system-wide needs. We still have hard-to-fill positions, even if a particular location, due to ESSER fund ending, and that is actually a number of these. The board might remember that during, actually, since we had the use of ESSER, one of the ways those funds were used is that for current employees already at the school sites, already familiar with the communities and students, we said we need supervision because eating lunch had to be different, things had to change and be different. So one thing we did for our current employees is offered them extra time, an extra half an hour, an extra hour, an extra 2 hours to be able to just be on campus longer, much easier than trying to fill a 30-minute position or a 2-hour position with a new hire. So thankfully, we have fantastic employees, and they did that, right? Knowing this was limited funds, we had ESSER, but they were willing to stay and support morning duty by adding some additional time onto them. So where you see some of the double asterisks, for example, we have some special ed instructional aides, which of course we need special education instructional aides. And some of our 6-hour special ed instructional aides became 8-hour, even though school is only for 6, but they became 8, and they were there before school, and they were helping after, and they were caring for students and kids. So the reduction of the time in a number of these cases is for that extra time overages. You see partials, right? You see a 2-hour, you see a 30-minute, you see a piece. And so one of the things that we have started in our conversations this week with the union, and will continue actually in weekly meetings, is work to take this total possible list that's before you now, continue to whittle it down. And one of those ways we will do that is we'll go to those employees who added the 30 minutes, who added the 45 minutes, the hour, the 2 hours, and ask if they want to voluntarily reduce to stay at their school site, right? Because now they have rights in those additional hours. And if they say yes, then fantastic, they come off. If they say no, that's okay. We will see where else we can make things happen and make adjustments. They might need to move locations, like looking at all of that. So we've committed to, which is different than last year in terms of committing to conversations with our union partners. Before, I will say, like, it's not really good, but we didn't talk to them until like after the notices were issued. That's not good. This year, we started talking this week, sharing this information before tonight, and also commit to weekly talking. So when we get to the place of needing to issue notices, because Ed Code says we have to do that by March 15th, we actually intend to do it slightly before. This list goes down. Obviously, the vacants, nobody's noticed anyways. I'm talking about those that potentially receive a notice. So what starts here by March 15th goes here, but it's not the end of talking, because we still will have a hearing in April. We commit to continue talking all the way through, because maybe there's a different place. In the last agreement with SEIU, we agreed to create a classification of, like, I forget what they're called at the moment, but like welcomers at sites and different things. So maybe that's an option, giving people options, even if it's not exactly what they have right now. But because Ed Code says if you're not going to give them the same hour, the same calendar, the same classification, you need to notice them. And again, this is for next year, so nothing happening for employees in terms of differences until July 1. And, but anyways, that's the process that we intend to use. The other part that you see on here is classified management. Similarly, you see a section of vacant, 17 FTE, and 7 FTE of reductions that have individuals in them. So it's similar, but it's different, because unlike the last one where I was able to say there will be no notices, we have right now 31, almost 32 FTE and 7 in management who might have rights to other things, but in classified, the 32 that we are going to work to continue to try to address in the variety of ways that I've mentioned. I pretty much talked through this process, and so that's where we are tonight. These are preliminary notices. If we don't give a preliminary, we can't give a final. And again, this is the most that it could be. We work to identify other places, voluntary reductions, whatever we can, so that that March 15th is smaller, and then obviously until we get to May 15th, where the final notices are issued. So with that, happy to answer questions. I know it's a lot to consider, especially in the light that we do still have hard-to-fill vacancies. So we are working, and even if people, might be interested in doing something different than they've done, if their position isn't existing, happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Kansi. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, board discussion. Seeing none, was it motion? Second? Okay.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
It's moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kansi. All right, moving into communications, let's start with 12.1, President's Report. President Phillips.
The president is exhausted and recovering from COVID, and she has no report.
All right, student member report.
Just kind of continuing SAC stuff. We really, really urge you guys to look at your calendars, see when you'd be able to come in to one of our in-person meetings, Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Those are every other week for the in-person ones. So we'd love to have you guys respond to that, please. We really want you in the space. We'd appreciate it a lot, so please do that. Yeah, that's kind of all I have.
All right, information by board members. You can hit the button. Member Jean.
I will keep this brief because I think we're all going, we got to get out of here in 3 minutes, right? So I just wanted to say thank you. It did not go unnoticed that you guys added a couple of new reports to our committee reports, and it was wonderful to hear from our Community Schools Committee. Did we happen to notify the American Parent Committee that they would have time on the agenda? Just wondering if we need to send them an email just to let them know. We did, awesome, great, thank you. And then I also wanted to say thank you so much for the board communication that was emailed to us about information on being a liaison. I really appreciated some of the legal reminders about what we are and are not empowered to do in our position as board members in those spaces. I actually emailed Danielle about April 3rd to come to our student advisory. So as long as there are not others coming and we're not at, Brown Act issues, I look forward to that. So I just came across that email and I was like, I never followed up. So it's on my calendar and I'm super excited to be in that space and hear the amazing work you guys are doing. And then just putting something out there. I would like more information on our core belief and guiding principle. It's something that's been at the beginning of all of our presentations since I came on the board. And I'd love to just know when and where that came from and how long it's been in place and begin to have an exploration of, does it still meet the needs of where we are today? And is that something we as a board might want to take on as we have richer conversations about our goals, our mission, our vision, our values, et cetera, and look at those statements. So just putting that out there is perhaps a future thing for us as a board to consider.
Thank you, Member Jean. Member Kayada.
So thank you, student board member. I actually was planning to go last week, which unfortunately you all had to cancel. So I don't want to tell you the date in case I can't make it. I don't want to be like accidentally not there, but I will be there. I'll be there. You know, I often find that some of the public comments that come through here are related to something I already had on my mind for the previous 2 weeks. So I'm kind of wondering if it's possible for us to move the board member reports up in the agenda so that people are still here and it's not 10:30. And even if it isn't something that's related to what the public comment was that week, if we're saying like, hey, come out to this community event and no one's here to hear it. So just something to consider. And in that vein, you know, I've actually spent the last couple weeks or couple months actually thinking about how do we make our specialty programs? How do we make our GATE program? How do we make our open or our schools of choice like Phoebe Hearst and LDV available to students throughout the district? Because I do believe that a truly equitable system allows opportunities for advancement for all of our students, and shutting down the programs to me is not the answer. It's making sure that they are available. So if Phoebe Hearst is not representative of our community, what can we as a board do to address that? If our GATE programs are not reflecting kids being pulled from the area like we know they are intended to be, what are we doing to make families aware of that and to really deliver on these programs that have been set up over the years to offer differentiated education and meeting students' unique needs? Because I think otherwise we're just ending up with a system where we have some schools where parents who try harder to get in are going to have their kids, and that's not what I want. I want to have all of our programs, which are great, truly available to everyone in the district. So that's just something to kind of think about. And I know we have School Finder that came out last year, and I think that's improving it a little bit. But I think, is there something that us as a board need to talk about? Maybe it's time to have that hairy conversation.
All right, thank you, Member Kayada. President Phillips.
Okay, so one thing, I guess a couple of things I want to say. So we do have work that we need to still continue to do. So I just asked Danielle to make sure that the Student Advisory Council is sent to us via invite instead of a board communication, because y'all know we get 875 of them and we're missing it, or, you know, and I apologize for us not doing that. So that's one thing. And I just want to let all my colleagues know that we're going to be doing a little extra studying. So I know a lot of our talk has been, you know, we have these broad sweeping changes that we want to do, and it's like everything's going to be great for the future. And someday I know we're going to get there. Taylor's talking about stopping, you know, systemic racism in our, you know, education system here in America. That's a big step. So one thing I really want us all to understand, and I'm just going to be that person, there's this cute little book here. It's called Call to Order. Everyone should have a copy of this book. We also have a board binder that has all the information that we need to know as board members. And I want us to be scheduling workshops where we are working through that. And that is just for us to be able to cement the very basic process of how we understand our roles, how we know what we are supposed to be doing, how to lead a meeting. Sorry, Judge Jude, I totally threw out there today. But we need to come together to make sure that we are all working off the same page. Some of us have more experience than others, some of us have less experience than others. So I'm just kind of giving you a heads up to check your email in the very near future, that you're gonna be getting some invites. Somehow we're gonna figure out a way to do it, I don't know, virtual workshops or something, but I want us all to be looking at the same documentation so that we can all communicate together. And then we start that, you know, broad sweeping, yay, we're gonna fix the world, then we all are coming from a foundation that's going to make this easier for us to do. So does that kind of make sense? I'm telling you guys, we're going to have homework, and I'm telling you that we're going to have some meetings where we're just sitting staring at each other going, this bylaw, I don't understand. Like just how we're whittling down the LCAP and all those other things to fit and make sense. I want us to be able to do that the same way with our process. There are things that we might be able to change, things that might be, old school, antiquated, need to go. I want us to be able to talk about what we're doing. And Madam Superintendent has blessed us with this binder, y'all. So if you do not have the binder, I want you to tell Danielle so that we can make sure you have one. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, President Phillips. Okay, moving on to item 13, consent agenda. Do we have any public comment, Brian?
We do. Terrence Gladney?
All right. I am going to have to pause and ask that we get a little bit more time so we can close out the meeting. I'm aware of that. So can I make a motion for us to get 5 more minutes so we can close this out?
Why don't you just give us 10 so that we...
Okay, fine. 10. Okay. Do we need to do all in favor?
I will always say no.
Okay. Come on up, Terrence. Thank you.
I'll only be 2 minutes. How about that? I'm only going to take 2 minutes. First of all, as a supplemental provider in youth services, but also just as a person, I truly believe in acknowledging people in the same space that I raise the issue. So I do want to thank Janae for her support and getting my invoice paid, which was instrumental in helping me invest in the Scripps Spelling Bee Regional B, which Taylor also supported, and Danielle, and also thank you to Manpreet and her staff. But 13.1J, in addition to my comments that I made 2 meetings ago, last meeting you guys had Yancey come up. And while this looks like a small thing, it's only 3 vendors, but you see that they all reflect insurance. So last year as a supplemental provider and a vendor in the district, the requirement was only to have $1 million of general liability, which is pretty easily accessible for even a micro organization like mine. This year, the requirement went up to $2 million in general liability in addition to a $1 million sexual abuse and molestation policy. During my mid-year, I heard that next year, the district's insurance is recommending that the district require $3 million of general liability. These 3 vendors most likely could not pay for the current minimum required insurance. And as Yancey said last meeting, that is an inequitable application of, risk management. I don't know what it's going to look like next year for myself, but on behalf of my fellow organizations, I think that it is a conversation that needs to be really prioritized because we are in a unique position in Sacramento because we have so many community-based organizations that do the work and literally are present at our school sites, and our school sites are dependent. Yancey has a deep relationship at Oak Ridge. I have my roots at, the schools that I'm at, and I was doing this work even before I was a vendor. So the knowledge and expertise and relationships that exist are really at risk because while I hear that, I think that the assumption is that it's required of other districts or in other districts, but some people are saying it's not. So, I don't know if that means that, we need to hopefully explore an ability for CBOs to have a group buy in terms of insurance, like the way that PTA does. For $1 million for PTA is $200 a year. For organizations like mine, for Yancey and other organizations, upwards of $5,000 to meet the current insurance requirements. So it's really like, going to work to pay for childcare. So are we going to be working to basically pay to be able to work in this district, or are we going to find a creative solution to continue to empower small organizations to do the work that's so important? Thank you, guys. Good night.
Thank you.
That was more than 2 minutes.
Any other public comments, Brian?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Which one did he say that was on
That was
consent agenda?
13J.
Because when Mr. Gladney speaks, Gracie listens. I know we only got 10 minutes.
Can pull it to discuss.
Yeah. So can I poll 13.1J? It's HI,
Yes, you can, so we can have a discussion.
so that we may discuss
Yes.
13.1J. And what I want to ask, I mean, sorry, I want to pull it, and then I guess, sorry, we're going to vote on the rest without this.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 13.J? All right. Student preferential.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
All yours.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand, because obviously there's a lot in here. So unauthorized vendor payment approval. I'm asking a question. What? Oh, who was talking?
Everybody, go ahead.
Why? Okay, so ceasing services, no insurance means that these people are no longer able to provide services to our students because they can't pay this insurance, correct?
So these vendors have indicated that they have no desire to have insurance, that they don't necessarily want to continue providing services to the district. They have no interest in it, and so we can't necessarily process them through our typical means because of that. This is a new process which came out of the contracts review to provide transparency, because previously the district was just cutting checks to people whether they met our requirements or not, because services had been rendered. So we're trying to provide transparency to the board and to the community, because I don't feel lawfully or ethically empowered to just cut checks out of the business office that the board is not aware of.
And is this something that we absolutely must vote on this evening?
We're seeking your authority to pay these people for the services they've provided. So if we do not receive your authority tonight, we would bring it back next meeting and ask for your authority again.
I just don't know who they are. So, but what we're doing basically is they're like, okay, we're done, we're gonna cut them their final check and we're going to release them.
Yes.
Is there any way that we can know who these 3 vendors are without me having to look it up? Do we know who these 3 vendors are?
2 of them were assisting athletics, and one of them, or the third one, it was something related to like student mediation service or something related in that fashion. To Mr. Gladney's comments, we have been actively working to make sure that our vendors do meet our minimum threshold requirements, that we aren't approving anyone without that. To Mr. Gladney's point, some vendors have expressed that, that insurance is expensive, which we understand. We've been just really trying to work with all the different vendors to try to find a path forward, which we have done. Except for in the case that you see in front of you, it's people that have said, I'm not interested in this. Like, it was fine before when you were letting me work for you and I didn't really have to have insurance, but if you're saying I have to have insurance, I'm not really interested in doing it. That's who you have on that list. Anyone who says, I'm trying, I want to work with you, I will find a way to insurance, we are working with them because we want to keep our partners. And, but of course, their business is their prerogative, and they have to make the best determination for themselves. The last thing I would say is, yes, the insurance parameters are expensive, but we encourage vendors to consider all the costs of their services and to include that in their proposal to the district as part of their cost to their overall total cost of doing business. That's typically how any sort of proposal comes into us. And so we've just been working to educate our partners who maybe haven't had this conversation with the district previously.
Okay. I think I understand. And the only reason I'm asking that is because obviously I speak from the trauma-informed perspective, and somebody may actually just say, hey, I don't do it anymore. Like, it's hard enough me doing the hard work, but now there's something else, and a lot of independent folks may not have that knowledge. And so if we are helping to educate and they're just after that saying, okay, man, we're good, then I understand. So if that is the situation that is for these 3,
yes,
then we can place this back on and do a vote.
Member Kata, you're next. Do you have a comment?
I was going to pull this anyway and say something real quick.
Go for it.
It's important that our vendors have insurance because if things go wrong, we have to be able to compensate people. And I don't even know if our insurance would cover it. We might even be just paying out of our funds. Can you answer that actually?
If we do not have our vendors meet minimum thresholds as established by our insurance company, we take on all of the liability that occurs because we are not requiring our vendors to meet the minimum thresholds that the insurance company has established.
Okay. So, I mean, I definitely understand that. And obviously there's reasons that people have to have insurance. But we don't want to lose our community-based vendors. And this is something that makes Sacramento City Unified great, is it's not just like one big block of administration. We have all members of the community, small businesses who represent Sacramento, helping our kids. So we have 3 here who definitely need to pay today because they've done the services. So this is really, paying this is one thing, but the path forward is another thing. And I know you're working with them, and obviously I've talked to Terrence about this, not extensively, but I've done a lot of looking into it. If there's anything more that we can do other than explaining things to them, if there's options that we can find them group insurance, because even the vendors who are continuing on and have become authorized vendors, this is a big financial hit to them. If there's anything we can do on that side, not just helping them find insurance, but also like trying to find a way for them to lower costs, I think that would help our current vendors, but also continue to make us a district where, we're bringing the community in to help raise our kids.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to move. All right. Let's get a vote. Student preferential.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
All right. I just fly past this. Oh, okay. Is there 14.1? Business and financial information report? Did I do anything about that? We received it? Cool, okay. Future board meetings, March 7th, 2024, 5 p.m. March 21st, 2024, 5 p.m. Adjournment. Anybody want to adjourn? 10:45.
Bang, bang.